I don't think I'm in.
Should be just like a push button.
Yeah, I know. Of course the light's not on.
Then we'll get you.
Okay. Are we ready? Okay. Fund balances. Number one, general fund. You'll see it went to heck in a handbasket. But if you turn to page 5 and look at the health funds, you'll see where it went.
Well, you found it.
See the balance?
What number is it?
That-
Health fund.
The receipts of 5.8 million, that is where we were shifting from the different budgets.
What
The-
line is the health fund? Yeah, I know, but I'm
It
blind.
is
I can't see it.
I don't see it.
5901,
He said it was page
Page
4.
4.
That's why I don't see it.
the 5901,
There we go.
and see the receipts, 5.8 million. That's where we're doing the gymnastics here that were recommended by FSG, where we try and put all of the health fund expenses into the health fund coming from the different budgets. So that's basically where it went. Greg, do you agree with that?
Yeah, and it's not the expenses as much as it's the
Budget.
it's really a balance transfer.
Right.
So, cause the expense will come out of the actual health fund. So we transfer the appropriations and the cash, and then we move from there. Spending all the money out of for the year, out of the health fund, yes.
So,
Does that make sense to everybody?
so when we look at the health fund, 5901, from now on, that is the amount of money that's available. Is that right, Greg?
Yes. Assuming, Sarah, we did transfer most of the appropriations. There
Well,
might have been one or
we're not
two
doing too bad
funds
then
that we
because
didn't, subject to various checks.
we're almost halfway.
Sarah is going to say, I know nothing.
Yeah. I'll just
Agree. Jim, just to be specific, there were a few funds we said we would not do that because they were restricted.
Okay.
I think we find normally too that health gets used up early in the year.
So everybody understand what went on there?
More than
Yes.
Okay. Just going down the line, lit economic development looks good. And lit special purpose, that's the library monies. Community corrections, 1122 looks good. The two CUME funds, Bridge Fund and the capital, or CUME Capital Fund. Then 1159, the health fund looks good. First Indiana, that's of course the additional health thing that's been cut in 26.
I think so. I think they cut it right away.
Sure, you want to?
Just real quick on that, Jim had asked me to talk to either the hospital or the health department kind of on to what extent they may or may not be able to help financially. You know, they were gonna have a lot of extra revenue and we had talked about, can you help with navigators? Can you help with this? Can you help with that? I checked in with them to find out where this reduction in the next 2 years is gonna put them. They said that they had 400,000 this year budgeted to grant out, but knowing SB1 was on the table, they have not granted out. And that of the 4 positions they were allowed to hire, 3 of them are filled. The 4th one, they tried someone that didn't work out very shortly, and so they didn't rehire. So essentially she said, you know, we think she's gonna have a meeting with her board, but at first glance, she said, we think helping pay for a navigator is gonna be on a year-to-year basis. we think we can do it again next year. We can't promise beyond that. And we're not sure we will have funds to grant, and we're not sure if we will ultimately fill again that maternal health nurse. That nurse was supposed to, that was a new thing, so it's not a program that would end because it hasn't really started. That was supposed to be someone who built basically a new program for maternal health resources. And so she said their board will meet and she'll report back. But right now the priority is to maintain the 3 positions that were filled, hopefully help with a navigator, and make that choice 1 year at a time, continue to. Right
Well,
now
how
it's
many-
all there.
I want to. Jail navigators are funded through ARPA
Through next year.
through the end of 26. And then what you're saying is the hospital is considering continuing that funding for them, or?
The hospital is not, that's not the hospital. It's the Health First Indiana.
Okay,
Remember
I
we
just wanted-
opted in?
I wanted to make sure those were separate.
So it was
Yeah.
about 800,000 the first year. It was about 1.5 million last year. And now it's dropping to what we think will be closer to, call it 400,000. And they gave up about 80,000 coming into other funds to take the new program. So now you're talking about them being, call it around 350 more a year than they would have had a few years ago. But they've hired 3 full-time employees and we're supposed to hire 4 on what is now the difference of about 350,000 a year. So they were supposed to be able to grant to organizations, they were supposed to be able to help with the navigator, and it looks now like they'll maintain those 3 positions. They will try to help pay for the last added navigator on a year-to-year basis. Not sure they'll be able to help other community projects.
Thank you for
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lit public safety, 1170, looks good. Rainy day, nothing's happened to it. That's 7 million. Chime in if you got questions or comments. Page 2, I just circled the 1207 because it came up. Safe building, it's got a little balance in it. 1222, the statewide E911 is the one that's going down. Then 1233, 34 are the 2 jail or correctional facility accounts, and lit PSAP 1235. Then we got the 2 opioid items. Drug court down there, 2501 is solvent. Page 3, the 2509 behavioral court is above water. And then the 4616, that's the big TIF. Then we've got the bonds and the other TIF areas going down the way. And 4700 is self-insurance. I think that's the liability dealie.
Jim, the 4913 jury pay fund, underwater again.
Which one?
Very last one on page 3.
Oh, jury pay. I'm sorry, I skipped. Yeah.
I think we
As
talked
usual.
about that, though, and decided to wait a little bit before we jumped in and fixed it.
Yeah.
We didn't have to keep doing it over and over again.
So page 4, 5901, 5902 are the health claims that we just talked about, funds. Down at the bottom, 7201 is food and beverage. And just for your general information in your packet, you've got a kind of a history of food and beverage. And like last year, it was like 1.5 million. You can look at.
How much is committed but unpaid for the fairgrounds out of that? Have we paid any invoices for the fairgrounds work yet, or?
We transferred, I believe we transferred the $1 million to the fairgrounds. Okay? That
Okay.
we're going to get reimbursed from the GO bond talk.
So that is already out of that food and beverage balance.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe that was done last month, not this month.
Okay.
That's
Just
why
want
it
to make,
says, that's why it says 1.294 expenditure.
Yeah, so that was part of it.
okay. I just want to make sure we
1.2
didn't need to keep
million.
it in our minds that that balance still
Yeah.
had more coming out for that.
Good point, good point. And on food and beverage, I think in your packet, you do have the ordinances that we passed, one by the state and one by us. And I'm going to talk with Scott about it. The one that we passed does have a sunset in it, which we may
always
want
easier.
to act on to eliminate, maybe. And page 5, those are the grants. Page 6, right in the middle, 8955 and 8960 are the health care, the health department cares grant and the ARPA grant. Questions or comments?
Jim, did you get one of these? We just passed these down and there wasn't one left for you. Did you get one from Greg?
I haven't seen it.
One short.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, okay.
We could just.
Just noticed we ran out. There we go.
So, going down the line, let's go to the salary committee.
Well,
Review, just to bottom line, what the salary committee decided. We're shifting now to the 2026 budget.
I typed this up, this is just for information. There's a lot of discussion in the salary committees about
Thank you.
elected officials versus department heads and where they fall into line with salaries. And we thought this gave a nice overview about where. So that really isn't to do anything with, it's just for, it's something that
Okay.
you want to talk about.
Well, to get us started, what the bottom line of the study committee was, I believe that you're recommending 5% raise.
At the time, and again, that was before SB1 did what it did, we were starting at 5 and hoping to settle on a number that we thought would be fair, knowing next year there may not be a raise at all.
Right.
So that 5 is very open. It's our recommendation at that date.
And elected officials,
And the elected officials were out there. I just,
two,
2,000 above the 5%, was it?
I thought it was 1,500.
16,
Well, I think we did cut it back to 1,500.
$1,500 flat
1,500, okay.
for all except for the,
Corner,
that's what we were discussing at that time.
okay.
Per elected official slash department head. And then, I've just, Robin. Oh, and then whatever the settled percentage for the employees, that percentage was then also applied because there was concern that you didn't feel like the council commissioners were keeping up, that they would get the,
Right.
that percentage as well as the 1,500.
Right. Upgrade,
That's how I remember.
upgrade current
Yes.
employees.
Yeah, we
So
started
it's
out,
1,500 across
That's
the
right.
board.
started out at
5% negotiated to whatever for the staffing, and then that percentage and that 1,500 applied to council
Okay.
and commissioners.
Okay.
That's the way I recall it.
yes, absolutely.
So taking those into account, then what, actually Robin and I have collaborated here.
We have.
The two sheets you got, my hand scratching and Robin's hand scratching. One is looking at the revenues. The income tax, 5%, we're using 450. These are the estimated increases in revenue, increases or decreases in revenues, major ones. The income tax would yield about 450,126. Property taxes would yield about 365,000, and there I used, Greg, your number that would take into account the credits and other gyrations. Pardon me?
How much was that?
365,000. Because a straight 4% comes out higher than that, but you were saying that there were some negatives.
Correct. We're expecting about a 15% increase in '26 for the circuit breaker, being about another $125 to $150,000 being deducted.
Okay. So that, and the net of that is about 365?
Yes, because I
Okay.
started out 502 and then subtract that,
Yep.
the 150.
Okay. So we're taking into account some of the gyrations going on. So that brings the two up to 815,125. That would be a positive increase in our revenues. We've got the excess levy at 1.4 million. We just kind of decided, okay, we'll take out. It's just arbitrary. We can do anything from 0 to 1.4 million. So we took the middle and put 700,000 in.
Greg, was it ever decided that because of the way we submitted the request for the excess levy, that then the monies had to go towards those programs that we listed specifically?
Again, I suggest you do, but there's no absolute accounting for it after the fact. Now,
And,
the other,
mhm.
may I
And
say, while we're on the excess levy.
Okay. Yeah.
So remember, we didn't take all of the excess levy. Too. That's an important point, okay?
What did we take?
We did not take 350,000 because what we did is we kept our tax rate the same.
Oh,
right?
that's right.
Yeah, and had we raised the tax rate, we would have gotten that additional 350,000. So that will roll. So far, there's no bill that extinguished that, got rid of it. So the 350 will be available for us if we want in '26 budget, if we put it in. Okay, so we got a little saving grace.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's still 1.4.
Pardon me?
So it's still 1.4.
How'd you get, what is still 1.4?
That's what the excess levy was,
Yes,
right?
yes, but we only took part of it. So,
Okay, so it's really 1.05?
yes, that's what we took. And then what we left on the table was almost 347 exactly, but I raised it to 350. So it was 350 that we didn't take by keeping the tax rate the same. We had the exact same tax rate 2 years in a row.
Do we know that by taking the 350, if the tax rate would stay the around?
Absolutely not. Because there's no AB, there's no circuit breaker, we won't know that, Keely, really until July, August, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jim, do we need to adjust that 700,000 to 500,000 just to say half, or do you want to leave it at?
Well, let's just leave it there for right now, and we can come back. Let's look at the expense side.
I was gonna say,
You may
it's
want
not-
to
that's
use
not
all.
the page you need to cut on.
May want-
Well, we need
This
to
is
know
just
we got.
what we did, regardless of that. And miscellaneous income, we know that we think we know that the level 6 is gonna go down. How much? I put in 500,000. It may be more than that, right? So it may be more. So we got to make some assumptions, and that's what we did. We can change it. So that gives us a net increase of just over $1 million using those facts. So then on the second sheet, we tried to come up with the possible increases and decreases in the, on the budget side, the expense side. And the first thing we've got there, number one, is looking at just the general fund, what would a 5% increase give us? And it's about 700,000 actually. FSG came up with, or the auditor came up with their own number, which is a little bit less than that, about 650. So 650 to 700,000. Then I just quickly ran off what 4% and 3% would be based on the same 14 million salary. So then looking at the requests. Going down the line, the sheriff's retirement plan, we know will be that number. We've got it. The 21,890 is the increase in the sheriff's retirement plan.
Is that the medium?
Yes.
Also, does he have to present that starting July 1st every year? I think there's a new law on that.
Commissary, isn't it?
No, I mean, it's a retirement fund. Okay, maybe. There is, it is, it's there. I just can't remember the date. I didn't look at that specifically. I would look at it. Okay.
And just to remind you, we are paying more into the retirement fund by the amount of money that we get from the serving of the warrant fund fees. We're not taking that into account anymore. We're not reducing our contribution by that. So we're actually paying in more than that. If we do a juvenile court magistrate, it's 41,000. And I guess backing up here, what Robin and I did in putting this together was saying that we would go by the committee's recommendation that we upgrade, but we don't hire new full-time people. The magistrate would be a new full-time person, but the state is picking up most of the cost of it, so it's a gray area. So we threw it in. Gallahue, we don't have that number. We never get that till about July, but last year the increase was 15,000, so it'll probably be about the same.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Sure.
I know it was looked hard into years ago before I was here about what other options were, and it sounded like nobody else wanted to be I think it's a CBA health center. At the time, there was still the argument that Gallahue did offer intensive outpatient programming here. Not for free, but it was here. Now it's not even here. I know the entities that were using them had to form new partnerships with some of these other startup programs. In Talitha Coombs' case, they had to go to DMHA and get a special approval to use somebody not on the list because there is literally nobody left on the list in Hancock County to go to IOP. So I don't know if we should look again at community behavioral health centers. Does it make sense? There's a lot of grant funding out there to be a community behavioral health center, but it is a huge thing to take on, and so a lot of people don't want to do it. But I think it does beg the question, especially if this number is going to keep getting bigger and they're no longer here, do we want to try to form a new partnership with, I know the hospital didn't want to do it back then. I don't know if anything's changed, but somebody to be a community behavioral health center and give this money to somebody who's actually here offering services.
I thought the hospital was looking at that again.
Are they again?
I-
Okay.
That's what I heard. I don't
That'd
know
be
for
great,
sure. but
because we
yeah.
don't have anything, and we have to give away this money to one. And they were here not doing a really extensive job in the first place, and now they're just not here.
So that's a contractual agreement and that we.
It's
signed-
it's
that we
state
signed
required.
To be affiliated with Gallahue, is that a contractual agreement that we sign every year?
I don't think so.
No, I don't, maybe the commissioner signed something, but Jim, it will go up, it automatically goes up by the growth quotient of 4%. And then Hendricks tried to change providers, and it is really tough. You would need to do an intense, you wouldn't get it done for 26.
No, no,
Maybe
no.
for 27, get a new one established, but we've tried it before in other counties, and we weren't able to find a provider. So it's a tough situation.
I
Does IU Health offer type of services? Because IU Health is in Hancock County now. They have a
Oh, are they?
very sizable building up and open now in McCordsville.
They
A
don't
big-
in Hendricks, and
a
they've
big-
been there for a
Big
while.
two-store, I mean, it's a big, so they house a lot of offices or something, specialists of some sort, so I didn't know if that would be a.
You know, I'd be speaking out of turn to say too much. I have looked at it because people have come to me and said, look at all this funding available if you're willing to become a community behavioral health center. And I'm like, oh, what does that mean? Maybe a nonprofit could take it on. And it was just too much for a small nonprofit to take on by a long shot. But a hospital, I mean, I think it's net negative as far as the cost, and that's why it's not working for Gallahue here. It costs more than you get
Been a
in.
problem.
Always has.
But it might be worth continuing to try to have those conversations so that that money is going towards something we feel like is actually offering services to
Good.
community.
Group insurance, again, we don't have numbers yet, but got a hold of Bill and he said use 7%. So taking 7% of, on both the group health insurance and the liability insurance, I came up with the 315,000 and the 70,000 respectively. Animal control, if we implement what we're talking about, we would have saved this year about 50,000. We won't know until Greenfield comes up with their budget, how much it's gonna be, but should be around that figure, I
Last
think.
year was 456 was our share.
Yeah.
Pete, how did the visits to the municipalities go with
We
participation?
haven't gone yet. Jim, we need to have another committee meeting. Jim was gone. I think we're going to take a slightly different route. We're going to meet with the City of Greenfield first, but I maintain contact with.
I knew you talked to McCordsville and Fortville, I just didn't know how it ended.
Yeah, I mean, we're working together.
Still working.
But we need to get a meeting with mayor and town and animal control. I'd like to include John Jocannis as well. Field our numbers correctly and make sure that we're all singing from the same page.
Senior services in 25, we financed that out of food and beverage. We were putting it in the budget out of food and beverage, proposing that. We don't have to, we could keep it in food and beverage. That's a $600,000 upfront estimate of the total cost. The state has been reimbursing about half. That's going back into food and beverage right now. City of Greenfield has committed to $150,000, which probably will go directly to senior services, but that means we just won't get there. So it's the same as going through us. So the net on us is about $150,000, and in 26, according to Gary Poole, there's no reason to believe it would be much different. It may go up a little bit. But we put that in the budget. Public defender, I talked with Teepan. He said he wasn't going to ask for anything different from last year. I'm not sure what that means, though, because we did add to his line item for outstanding attorneys, and I think that was about 100,000. So, looking at
50 is outside.
Yeah, that's what it would be, just taking a guess. The sheriff's jail matrix, I'm assuming stays the same. As far as an increase or decrease, it'd be about the same. Probation shortfall, according to, right now, we're paying that out of food and beverage. It's about 150,000 for this year. According to Josh, it may go up a little bit next year, so we put in 200,000 here and took it out of food and beverage. As we all know, the prosecutor had asked for people. We put that in at 0, sticking with no new full-time people. But if we put it in, it'd be about 210,000. That's the number there.
Did he tell you that directly? Lisa and I talked last night. She's part of the salary study, and she pulled his questionnaire, and she said that it did not say that he was going to ask for any.
Good. Well, we've got 0 in, so
So,
that's good.
Yeah, I didn't know if he had talked to you since he did the
No.
questionnaire.
No, I didn't. No, Coroner's office manager, we put in at 35. Once again, that's partially paid for now, so it's not like a full-time person, although it's a full-time person.
Yeah, I would, and I've had some conversations about that. It really bothers me that office needs somebody there to run it because the person who ran for it and won the election is not available to run it because they have another job.
Right.
So what we're doing is funding a position to do the job that he can't do.
There you
And
go.
that just doesn't set well for me. I had thought about maybe giving him a part-time, 20-hour-a-week person. That'd be 5 hours or 4 hours a day, no benefits, and they can go in and get the paperwork going and that. But I feel like a lot of this needs to fall back on the coroner himself, since he won the election and should be running the job without needing additional coroner staffing.
What would that cost? Did you run a number on that?
I did, and I was just thinking 20 hours a week at whatever we decided. I don't know what there'll be. Is it strictly just office paper pushing, or are they going to be?
He said
doing
that they
further
would get credentialed to go to
Investigative.
the deaths, yeah.
So depending on what that person, I say give it a range.
I mean, the coroner position used to be paid
It is paid.
10 grand or something like that back years ago. Now it's almost 40,000. I had to remind Kent that.
Right.
Yeah, I
Mary-
think the.
Mary, I spoke with Alex Barnes after our last meeting, and I said, depending on the experience of the death investigator that takes this position, I wouldn't start going in at $60,000. I would look at maybe $45,000, depending on the credentials of the person, how long they've been a medical legal death investigator, and their abilities to work. So I would assume it would be someone within their department, but I can't say that for sure. But if it does come from within, they've got some pretty talented death investigators there.
I guess it's going to come down to what their job description is as to what the pay should
And you could reach out to Alex and he could share that.
drive. Well, I typed his name
Well-
in.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think over the last 5 years, and I'm not trying to suggest it's a large budget, but I think over the last 5 years, whatever we had at our last meeting shows that office's budget has gone up like 400% over the last 5 years. And then to be told it needs to go up another 50% with one employee, I mean, I know we're a growing population, but it does beg the question, right, of what's the best structure?
Yeah.
Maybe a full-time coroner.
Maybe that is it.
I hear 45,000. I'm thinking, well, I can get that 38,000 to 70 and it'd be cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and make it a full-time job.
Right, if you add whatever Mary's talking about on 20 hours a week and add it to someone who is already an employee, where that is their only job and they already have benefits anyway, you've got, but I don't know a lot about that office, how it functions,
yeah.
anything like that, so.
I don't either. I just bothered me or concerned me that, it just bothered me.
It's,
okay.
the question for the commissioners is which way that we can do it to save the most money and not spend the most money here. I
Well-
think that's gonna be the question.
I think what you need to address is the fact that our current elected coroner is a full-time employee elsewhere that has their benefits and retirement and
Well-
everything
Shouldn't have
from
ran.
his current job. And, you know, Alex is a full-time professional funeral director
So might
as a
be-
chief deputy, but, you know, they've got other talent in that office that could, you know, for a lesser wage, that is a death investigator and has the ability in great fashion to do the paperwork for them.
So it might be a better option than to look at it for the next election then, if the person right
Right.
now.
Well,
Who decides the qualifications for the elected official? Commissioners?
No, it
No,
would be
state?
it'd be statute.
statute,
Constitution.
constitutional offices.
So there's no requirement for them to work at all?
It's like every other elected official for the most part, that there's a
21-year-old.
few requirements, maybe,
We'll have to be here.
I don't even know if it
One
says
day-
high school education, but they don't
Well,
break it
Mary,
down.
that's what we do. We just sit home and kick our feet up. And wait for the
You wish.
Come in when you want to.
Would it be better if we, on this line item, put some more money in for part-time? Is that what you're
I
thinking?
think
Are
what
you, are
you,
you still on the coroner?
I think what you've got in there right now, just leave it. Finalized type discussion on how we want to proceed after we maybe talk to a few about what they think.
Okay,
I mean, I
okay.
don't know what else to say right now.
okay. All right.
Never mind.
Next, elected officials, there are 16, and you just said 1,500 instead of 2,000. So that line item goes to 24,000 instead of 32. Prosecutor's office upgrades, rather than any one person, we took 9 assistant prosecutors times $9,000 each and came up with 81,000. That's what I got out of his numbers, looking back through what he asked
So
for.
he's trying to ask for $9,000 more for each attorney?
Yes.
So we'd have to do the same thing for the public defender's office. It's only one person.
No, we just upgraded the public defender's office, and the public defender said he was okay, so.
I know, but we have, it's a matching, you have to.
Statutory?
Yes, it's in their agreement, otherwise we lose the money.
Yeah, well, I
We
know
have to
that
match.
They have one prosecutor.
One
that's-
prosecutor we have to
that
match.
doesn't match the public defender. That public defender is making more than one of the prosecutors that are supposed to be
Right. It's
equal.
It needs to be
Already.
equalized. So that person may have to go up close to 6,000, 7,000, whatever, make it equal.
But according to the public defender, he's okay.
Well, he
So-
probably doesn't realize Brent's asking
He's
for
not asking.
$10,000 more.
He's not asking for it.
Yeah, I think, once he hears this, he'll ask.
Well, all we're doing is estimates here. We're
Okay,
not-
I know.
We're
I'm
not
just
fine tuning.
letting you know.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So you want to make that some different number?
Well, no, you put 50 grand in there already for the public defender,
Well, I think that was for outside counsel.
yeah. But it's gonna have to be tweaked when it gets time to the,
It goes up 8, whatever the number is to equalize it. I don't know.
yeah.
Okay, clerk's office, she just gave us her numbers, and that's 37,582. And the last one is community corrections, looking back on what they had asked for at 7,500. That's all that we could come up with.
I'm sorry.
Is the clerk office, is that for the elections next year?
No.
No.
So we have to, remember we took out the election money last year, we've got to add that back in somehow.
Right.
Yes. I just talked to Lisa this morning, and she
Okay.
said that might be as much as 100,000.
Okay, so we've got to add that back in
Yes.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah,
The 35K is for what?
the 35.
37,582.
For the clerk office upgrades, what did you say that was?
Oh,
Oh, 37?
I'm sorry, 37,582. That's right, that's not on your, I'm sorry.
And what
She
does
just-
that include?
It's all the people in her office. She's asking for those upgrades. She asks, raises.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
raise the
Those are
salaries.
raises above the whatever we give. That's what she's asking for.
It is.
And I think she had documented that to us before, I think. Isn't she, Robin?
Yes.
So that's not new. She just hadn't put any number to it yet.
So how much of this do we need to cut in the future, roughly?
Well, let's go down to the bottom line, other than, we just took 8,000 out on the elected official line, but disregarding that, if you go with the 5%, and then everything that we talked about here, you'd be trying to increase the budget by 1,705,972. That would be at the 5%. And we've got revenues, we are figuring at 1,015,000, so it would be about 700,000 over,
So we're already way over.
All
Okay.
approximate.
way over, to begin with. Now, what can you do, going back up the line? If we kept senior services in food and beverage, you could take out 150. If we kept probation in food and beverage, that would be another 200,000, so that'd be 350,000. So you'd be at about, 1,400,000, something like that, roughly. But then adding in another 100,000 for the election office, why you're about 1,500,000. So.
A lot of work to do.
And so if you lower the increase to 4%, you would be saving about 140,000, or 3%, about 280,000. So those are kind of the options to look at. What we need to do today, if we can, is at least determine what percent we want to use as the general increase.
Yeah, because Mary will need to know that when she sends the packets out, and she's gonna send them out no later than the 14th of this month. So,
So we ought to decide today. I mean, shouldn't be that hard to decide.
Well, inflation's at 2.5%, so anything above that is more than we usually give, right, Ken?
Yeah, I mean, I know you guys look at it through the government eye. I always look at it through the private sector eye because I never worked for the government. And 4% is generous for a company like mine for an annual increase. And so 5% is basically unheard of. Now, coming out of COVID 4 years ago, it was a different scenario. But after everybody had to, I had 1 year I had to beef up, but now we're just trying to maintain what we got. Everybody's wages are real high for me since then, but, I don't want to throw cold water on you
well,
guys.
I
but-
think we have to look at the skill of the people that we're talking about. Now,
Yeah.
we knew the 5% was probably gonna be a
little
you know,
high, but
yeah.
again, we were thinking ahead that there may not be raises for a year or two after this budget because of what's going on with,
Well, if you wanted to commit that there wouldn't be an increase next year.
I'm not
But we
committing.
can't
I'm
do that, you know what I mean?
No, I'm
So,
just
but,
discussing.
and inflation is still dropping, and he's right, and it went down again. I mean, it's still on the flatter downside right now. And that is, even 4 would be generous above the inflation rate right now. But that's
I was
my
a big
thoughts.
fan for a couple of years of getting salaries up because I felt they were really low and the hyperinflation was coinciding and we had well above target balances. But SB1 aside, I did always think that once we got people more in where they needed to be, we would go back to a cost of living adjustment that correlates with inflation numbers. And we could get in the weeds on like, well, what's national COLA, locally, how much has housing gone up? We could kind of create our own cost of living if we want to get in the weeds with it. And somebody might be able to argue that because of housing here in Hancock County, it is higher than the national COLA. But I'm kind of with Kit on trying to keep it in line with inflation.
Yeah, because if you look at people out there that are paying for this, because the government doesn't create any of its own income, everybody out there is creating the income, and then you're giving these people more money than what they're capable of getting, it can get out of balance.
But I think we do have to keep in mind that we want to keep these good people.
Yeah, but that's not the only thing on the table is competition between the counties. It's competition between the people that are actually paying the taxes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
And,
get it.
Yeah, but that could be said for every dollar that we push
I
out.
understand.
I mean,
And
yeah.
it's not out of balance yet, but that's what I was, but, that's why I said I thought 5 was excessive, but.
Well, inflation is certainly not over 3%.
Right.
3% would be generous if you're just trying to keep up with inflation, I would think. Greg, do you have any words of wisdom?
3% and try and stay with giving increases in the future. Me, and I don't know, I'd like to make more each and every year, and doing 5 now under the uncertainty, and the uncertainty with what we've got is a lot. Okay? And we calculated every percent in the general fund, it's $125,000. So you can get to 450 real quick, on the 3%. And I'm just saying that then we can, cause also keep in mind, Jim, you did incremental revenue, incremental expenses. And I would like to remind you that we're out of balance on 25. We are going to have to depend on the pennies from heaven, and if we don't get $1 million plus, we will not be balanced for 25. Revenues are lower than total budgeted expenses.
Well, like Mary said, when we came up with this was before we heard what SB1 was going to do to us. And we thought we'd just leave it. It's the council's decision. So we decided to let the council make the decision on it.
Well, do we have consensus at 3 then? Down the line? Do we agree on that? Okay. Okay.
I will say too, after doing 12 of these, the numbers, if you do that and you keep the stuff in food and beverage, it's still going to be 1.1 or 1.2 on these. And after we do the budget hearing and everything with all the departments, I would be shocked if there's not another $500,000 that doesn't appear out of nowhere.
Well, we haven't heard from the commissioners yet.
Yeah, that's what I'd be shocked if it's not $500,000 to $1 million that just appears in the process. You know what I mean? Because yeah, if you said sign the paperwork right now, we're at 1.1 and we have 1.01. Hey, let's sign the papers and be done because we're only a few thousand over. But we're going to have another $1 million of requests that we don't know about yet.
Jim, how much last year, I can't recall, how much last year did we have to overcome at budget time? Was it 2.5 million that we needed?
Yeah, something like that.
Wasn't it between 2 and 3
Yeah.
million?
This
Yeah.
year, again, you're thinking, 1.6? Or what do
It
you,
depends on the percentage we do.
okay,
That's a different percentage.
Yeah.
At
Six or so.
3%, it'd be a little over 1.4 when you add in that last clerk number that wasn't on.
Jim, I don't believe the commissioners are gonna shock you greatly this year. We did get a lot of that capital request out of the way last year.
Okay.
Come before you to present.
I will say that actually sounds like we're the closest we've been.
Right, it's a
Yeah.
starting point.
Yes,
Right, but
we
we've been saying this for 2 or 3 years. We gotta back
Right.
down, and this is the closest we've been to start with.
But Bill, remember, this is being recorded.
And we're gonna replay it for you. That's your budget.
We'll just have him sign a paper.
Okay, so 3%. Sarah, you can write that down for the. I got that. Okay, okay.
Go ahead and confirm the department head and elected officials, because they're not part of the percentage.
Oh, yeah.
They're a flat amount.
Was that 2,000 per elected official department head?
It was 1,500.
Oh, 1,500.
And then the 3%.
Yeah. Okay.
So what would that take, to say the auditor or anybody at the 70,000? What would their amount be then?
The what? Yeah.
Like all those elected officials, auditor, clerk?
There's
Well, I
16.
think, I've already thought of what the first question will be from the auditor is the 3% after the 1,500 or
Yeah, that's
before?
what I'm trying, that's why I'm
Yeah.
saying, what's the number, so I would,
So we just
how are you
have
guys
them.
doing that, you know?
Oh, we're not calculating their salaries when we give the 3%, right? Because they're getting the separate.
No, but we're talking about the elected officials.
We're talking about elected
department
officials,
heads.
there's a, like,
Theirs is flat.
most of them get $70,129. So do you then add the 1,500, then the 3%, or are you gonna add the 3%, then the 1,500?
Yeah,
I thought there was
the
no
idea was
3%.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
That's
Give
what
them
you're
the
saying,
three-
there's a
give them the
3%.
What the
3%
recommendation
and then
was-
an additional
Yeah, I think the
15.
3% comes first.
Okay, 3%,
Yes.
then the 15.
That's the idea
Yes,
coming from
yes.
the salary committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is this on here, the
So-
16 times 2?
Well, he changed that to 1,500
I
instead
thought
of.
it was 2,000.
I got you.
Yeah.
1,500, so.
So I would say then it would, if it's 3% of their overall.
So it'd go up to about 73,732.87 roughly. Doing the 3%, then the 1,500.
I don't really care which, I mean, 3%
So
of
it goes-
1,500 is not enough to pick one.
1,500. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what percentage raise does that give department heads, Scott?
So no, I took the 70,129, multiplied it by 1.03, so the 3% increase, and then added 1,500, and I got 73,732.87.
If you do that, then
Right now, they were at 70,000, not all the same, right? But
Yeah, I'm
let's
just talking
say-
about,
All elected
Yeah.
officials are the same.
Yeah, they're all paid
What
the
is-
same.
It would bring you up to
70,000.
what, well, it wouldn't, it's still lacking, but,
that's a 5% increase.
It's over 5%, yeah.
Yes.
And so, that's just a question too, of, if we're giving all the other employees 3%, I'm not for or against over 5 for elected officials, but I just wanna know why, what's the,
look at this.
yeah.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, if you see where the elected officials are, and then the department heads that are below them and what they're making, we were trying to just shore up.
Almost all the department
Okay,
heads
so
make
that's
more.
only
1,500 is only
elected
a
department
2%
heads,
increase.
not hired department heads, the 15.
Yeah, so we're trying to
and
get.
it doesn't
elected
include like the
officials up.
sheriff or the prosecutor, because they're all set by the state.
Okay.
It's kind of like they've gotten out of whack a little bit.
Right, I gotcha. So
We're
that's
trying-
not
we're
everyone
trying
on
to
this
get-
list.
We're trying to get it more
Yeah,
of a
it's
balance.
only the people who are the lower elected
Yeah.
ones.
And if
Okay.
you look at it, most of the department heads make more than the elected officials.
Oh, yes, I'm aware, yeah. No, that makes a lot more sense. I was thinking some of these other people were included in that as well.
It's all
and-
just department heads or elected. That's
We,
all this is.
we did a lot of research on it, looked at other counties and that kind of thing.
Okay.
But once again, it's the council's
I
decision.
think it's fine.
Okay, so do we have consensus on the elected officials that they will get the 3% increase plus 1,500?
elected officials. And the
Okay.
3% is calculated,
On the current amount.
yeah, not including the
Right.
1,500.
Yeah, then you had the 50.
Yeah.
Are there any elected officials we want to exempt from that?
Mary.
Well, I think, it'd just be council, coroner, commissioners are the ones below that.
Forget I said that.
Yeah,
Let's
I had
go
a-
on. No,
well,
let's keep it.
I do have a question that was asked of me, and I couldn't answer it because the judges are paid, their salary is set with the state,
State, and they're paid by the state.
and
Oh, they're
it's
paid by
paid
the
directly
state.
to the
So that's
state.
not
So what are they making right now? And
They're making about 150,000.
That
and
was my,
our public defender's making
I think
183.
you gotta keep.
Yeah, this would have nothing to do with any of the elected officials who are paid
Right,
by the
and the
state.
only reason
Especially the
that it was brought up, just what do they make, not do we want to change anything, it's just what do they make in comparison to what we're paying the public defender, $183,000. Is there balance there? It was all about just trying to
Yeah, oh, yeah.
reconcile the difference
Right,
and
trying to bring them up, yeah.
trying to see.
And
what-
if you really want to get controversial, do we want to look at maybe evaluating some elected officials at a higher level than other elected officials? But I don't think we want to, but we could.
That was the only one that stuck out, that when I've talked with a few of the department heads about this and their thoughts, and that was the one that, one of them brought to me is, what do the judges make compared to what we're paying our public defender?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
And is there balance there?
yeah.
well, if you really want to stir that pot, then maybe should we consider even having increases in elected official income at all because of the state budget deficit? I mean, here we all are talking about the way SB 1's going to impact local government and trying to cut back. Yet we're potentially speaking about increasing our own elected official salaries. Should we?
Are we talking about the full-time employees? Are we talking about,
Talking about the elected official.
talking about us? Yeah. I mean,
just the elected
yeah, I'd be
All
inclined
elected
to not do substantial raises for us, but it gets, it gets murky when we say elected officials, because I do think the auditor, the clerk, the recorder, the treasurer, all these folks are paid so much less than hired department heads, like way less, that I don't want to, I do think they work hard enough that they deserve to get their pay closer to what we're paying the people who are hired department
Right, and
heads.
that was one of the things the salary study as a whole looked at, is trying to equalization there, or at least narrow the gap a little bit. Why it was discussed
I
that way.
mean, if you were any, to Ken's point about private industry, if you were out there managing an office, even without all the fiduciary responsibility of running a statutorily required office, nobody would be running an office with 10 and 15 employees for $70,000. They would consider managing that kind of responsibility worth much more than that in this pay environment. So I don't think trying to get those folks up a little higher is unfair at all.
I agree.
Well, for me personally, accepting, when we're trying, we will have to cut and cut and cut. For me to accept a 3% and a $1,500 raise just doesn't resonate well with me,
You're talking about,
myself personally,
Oh, for commissioners?
for commissioners.
oh, and for council, me as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think maybe we should separate when we say elected officials, us from the full-time employee elected
The
officials.
full-time, yes. the
Right,
full-
because to keep it, the salary up high enough that some quality person would want to run to be auditor, or
Right.
run to be assessor, or run to be clerk,
'cause not-
we're on the lower end of, I think, of those dollar amounts now, and those are full-time positions so they have to give up whatever private sector job they have to do that. And even the attorneys that are judges have to give up money to become a judge.
Yeah.
And now, yeah, the other, the council we did things in the past where we were in the bottom 16 counties in the state because the council was half of the commissioners and stuff like that. But we've done a lot to move that up and stuff in the last few years, but.
But if you don't keep doing it incrementally,
Right,
you'll have to do a big jump someday.
Right, we had the same issue with the school board. When I got on the school board, I was paid $300 a year. And so I was the only person on the school board that wasn't retired and just doing it to be community savvy. You know what I mean? And if you want people that actually have, that actually have current families, that are actually out doing stuff, you have to have, you have to do more than it just be a volunteer type thing. And so when, like, that's why I said the school board is horrid, because, I was the only person going in the buildings because I was the only person young enough to have children on the board, because you just couldn't afford it. You paid $2,000 or $3,000 to get elected, and you don't even get that income over the course. And the same way was here. When I was here the first year, it was $2,000, I think, and I paid $6,000 to get elected. So, that's.
So if
Okay,
you subtract out from that, that number of 16, that included us. So there's really only 6 then, full-time elected department
I
heads,
don't
is that
think
right?
Yes.
the coroner is in there. 'Cause,
Coroner's part-time, yeah.
yeah, so we weren't sure to include him or not.
Partners part-time.
So as a point of clarity, do we want to say that the 3% plus the 1,500 is for full-time elected officials?
It's for the auditor, clerk, recorder, surveyor, treasurer, assessor.
There you go, there you go.
Just do those positions.
Yeah, and then just leave the standard 3% without the 1,500
No.
on, no.
No, you can't do the percentage because it should just be 15,
The 1,500,
yeah, not the 3%.
not the
Okay.
3%.
Because that's how we're treating the department heads.
Okay, so just exclude the 3% for non-full-time elected officials.
I think you gotta be careful with saying full-time. I don't know what full-time is for, I know as an assessor, and as an auditor, full-time could have been a 50-hour, 60-hour week, and
Yeah.
there's no additional pay for that. So I don't know what you wanna use to define it, but I would not use the word full-time.
Just define the positions.
Yeah,
Just say the
what we do is not full-time.
Right.
But when you look at the amount that we're paid, it's not a full-time paid position anyway.
Right.
But we work a lot of committees and outside groups and things, so I think the $1,500 should go to everyone that is a department head or an elected official. And then if we want to recognize the elected officials on here that are all the same, that are listed on this spreadsheet, they get an additional 3%.
Okay, the ones that Scott named off.
Yes, which are from.
Okay.
Is that what we're saying?
That's what I understand.
What again? Okay, what I've got down was all elected officials got 3% plus 1,500.
Right.
But there's been feedback about
Yeah,
that.
they're saying for us, we don't want.
The council and the commissioners
You
don't
want to
give the
exclude the
3%.
council?
I don't get
Just
that.
give them the 1,500. We always just used to do stipends for ours. You know what I mean? Not stipends, but a one
Fixed amount.
fixed amount. It was always a 1,500 or 2,000 a year additional for the elected officials that aren't in charge of departments.
And the reason we went to a flat amount for elected officials and department heads is if we applied the 3% to everybody, just period.
Okay,
If you
so-
look at the people
so
that
you
make the
want
higher
to
amounts down there, the spread's just gonna get bigger.
Exclude,
There'd still be that gap.
And it would
Same
keep
gap.
growing.
She's saying
Council.
exclude council and commissioners
Is
from
that,
the
dude, what's your guys' opinion on it?
Just go with flat 50.
We've always done in the past
from the
Just
3%.
Yeah,
an
just- it'll be the
additional
flat
amount of
1,500 that
money
everyone else
for us,
that's
or the
not of those
commissioners,
5 that.
Okay.
Oh, I've always been,
and not done a percentage.
Okay, what I've got, Kent,
influence.
listen up. What I've got is elected officials get 3% plus 1,500, excluding council and commissioners from the 3%.
Right.
what about the coroner?
Okay,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What about the coroner?
okay, pardon me?
What about the coroner? Is he just the 3%?
Corner would be 3% plus 1,500, the way we've got it.
I'm just asking.
That's the way we got it.
Fine with that.
Okay, can we move on? Ready? Okay. Summary of legislative issues, Greg, and I think Rhonda is here. You want to do that? And just hit the financial part, that's all we want. Please.
See the difference.
I did, go ahead and I put those three examples in a graph so you can see the net AV, okay, of those three homes. So if you wanna take one and pass it around, Jim, this is the $750,000 house. And so I'll go through that immediately. This is the challenge going forward, that basically with the AV will go down, the tax rate will go up, creating more circuit breaker, and the circuit breaker will decrease. Again, we're saying 15% over and above the current circuit breaker that we're experiencing. So when we have $1 million of new revenue, we lose 15% of it, okay? So that's the best guess, and for 2026, it'll be June, July before we get any more estimates. So, so if you look at this, the $750,000 house starts out in 2025 at approximately, if you look at the blue line, it goes down to about 450. That's the net assessed value. Keep in mind, the standard deduction is going down, that's the yellow line. The green line is the supplemental homestead, that's going up, resulting in the net AV going down, okay? Creating more circuit breaker. And Rhonda, you kind of brought up last time the $300 credit. And so there's going to be a $300 credit, and depending on, I don't know how many residential we use, you know, approximately 20,000 residential units. That could be as much as $6 million. You're about 20% of that. So that could be 1.2 million to 1.5 million. That is going to, and you had suggested that the county association was saying that we might want to look at how we might restore that loss. That's something that's still out there looming, okay? And so that will be coming up for 26, that $300 credit. So I have not taken that into account. This is just AV, right? Mm-hmm. And so we'll get lower AV, higher tax rate. Now keep in mind, we're 27.69 pennies. So we're not that great, but Greenfield tax rate is
81, isn't it?
$2 now.
$2.
And it's going to go up. You know, the goal is, from the legislature, is to get everybody to 3%. So there's no more circuit breaker share, okay? Because everybody will be at 3%. And so we're at $2.03 for 25. So it's going to take a little while in Hancock County for that to happen, okay? Because AV, we were saying, will start dropping maybe 7 to 10% in our presentation last time, but that is not taking into account the $300. So, all in all, that's where I keep coming back to the circuit breaker increasing, and the loss of revenue could be even worse depending on the applicability of the $300. Right. Is my understanding that's not a state paid credit, right? So,
Oh, sure. Well, let me ask you a question, Greg.
sure. Financial. on this.
Just financial question. With all due respect to all of this stuff, what are the chances that this will actually stay the way it is?
For 26, I think it's absolute.
Okay, okay.
For lits and some things like that, I believe there's going to be some correction. But giving the taxpayer a credit and pushing you to $3, I think I don't think that's changing.
Okay, okay, just wondered.
Yeah, so now that's a great question, Jim, because, but, you know, changing maybe the lit mix, how we, you know, how we implement and things like that. And if you recall, I told you it would take a lit rate of 65.65 to fund our operations, and we've got 1.2. Okay, as a cap on that county. Okay, and so we've got breathing room there as we go forward. But again, we're not doing that until 27 for pay 28. Okay.
But our lit rates are not only just for our operations, though. We've got the library, we've got PSAP, you know, or is
PSAP
that in the
is-
65 basis
PSAP
points?
is in the 65 now.
Okay.
I don't know. Rhonda and I talked earlier this week. Have you come on up? Have you found
Well,
anything?
I'll get to all that.
Okay, on the library, the question is it Title VI or Title VII, and was it excluded or was it not excluded? And
Okay,
that's
so
gonna
there's a
take
question.
Legal
Okay,
determination.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Hey, Greg, I have a question about all of this. The whole idea is to lower people's taxes. I know that's what they're trying to do, and we're all for that. But, you know, there's always been the rule that if the assessed value goes down, tax rates go up. Is that going to be the case?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying is the $2 Greenfield tax rate will start creeping up. And remember, that's Greenfield taxing district,
Right.
not the city of Greenfield. So maybe I should be very, very specific.
Yes, it's like, when you said $2, because I think they're 0.81, right?
Right.
As a
So-
city.
Yeah, the city,
Then you
that would
add.
be the city
Right.
component, right? And so the $2.03 includes, all the underlying taxing district. But that's what's going to try and get to, obviously, our 27.69 pennies is not going to $3, but our 27.69 pennies is going up. When we got the most recent sustainability, I think what's really interesting is if you look at some of the back section, you're going to see the amount of property taxes a home has paid to just the county over the last 10 years has not varied hardly at all. We've been about or $243. And so, you know, we're getting heavily hit by all this, but Hancock County has managed its finances very, very well. I'm just telling you. And the document shows that. It shows that, you know, even though with some of our, you know, excess levy appeals, which are gone, so, you know, remember, you won't be on that gravy train again at this point. So that's another legislative financial impact. Basically, what's left is annexation, things like that. So, you know, that is the most critical, is how, once we get in June and July and we get the true AB, the auditor's office, and we get the updated circuit breaker analysis, there may be a little more damage control that we have to do. So, Janine, when you talk about how much we have to cut, that could kind of change depending on what those numbers ultimately show. So this is what I call, Jim, round one.
Okay, okay,
Probably several rounds.
okay.
And that data conveniently becomes available right after we typically have made all our decisions about the coming year.
Well, for instance, Kent's infamous pennies from heaven. There was supposed to be some information out on that already, and there's not been any information out on that yet. But, we're hoping that in 2025, we'll get about 1.1 million, which will plug the gap between the projected revenue for 25 and the 100% spend of the budget for 2025. What I keep being concerned about is when we do additionals in other funds, as your 26 showed, will those additionals have to stay in the food and beverage, or we can't seem to get them back into the general fund if revenues and expenses don't match? And keep in mind, on the prosecutor, Jim, that 50, when you and I talked, I kept saying, I believe it was around 83 or 87,000 for professional services. Their 25 number is too low. So to fund it, it would be another 83 and maybe another 50. So Kent.
You mean the public defender?
Yeah, public defender, sorry. I agree with kind of Kent, is there will, and I'm not blaming it on the commissioners, but there's other things that will sneak in, and we really don't know how the 7% will hold up on group.
Yeah.
But back to legislative then, so maybe we ought to hear from Rhonda on what she believes kind of is our financial impact too.
Hi there. Good morning. So Mary asked me to give an overview of local income taxes. I'm going to start briefly just to give you a tad bit of history, because if you don't understand the way back, it's hard to understand the current lit right now, because it's not in code, and if you don't have that background, it's very confusing. So let me just give you a couple slides on that to start with. In 1973, in the Bowen tax package, that's when they adopted CAGIT, and Hancock County is CAGIT. It was mainly put in place to provide additional funds for property tax relief. So they were talking about the same thing back then. 1984, COIT was put into place. It was mainly geared to address cities and towns, because this adopting model for COIT is that cities and towns have input on that. And in some cities, like Evansville, for example, it's based on population, on how you vote to institute that tax. Like Evansville controls what you control here with CAGIT. Does that make sense? Because it's based on population, on how they institute COIT. But COIT was enacted to provide additional funds to replace lost property tax revenue, and then they increased the homestead credit, so that's why they allowed distributive shares to go for that replacement. A county can either adopt CAGIT or COIT back then. It's still important today, so just keep this in mind. We don't talk about these words anymore, but it still plays in to our current lit system. So in 1987, they adopted CEDIT, County Economic Development Income Tax, sometimes called EDIT. I usually call it EDIT. The original purpose was to provide revenue for capital projects and facilities to attract new projects, new economic development. But later, they changed that in the law, and now EDIT can be used, or CEDIT can be used for any governmental purpose. The CEDIT tax could either stand alone in a county, or it could be adopted along with CAGIT or COIT. So there's counties that have CAGIT and then CEDIT, or COIT and CEDIT, or they just had CEDIT. But I think now everybody has a local income tax in the state of Indiana. In 2007, they had added some additional rates, again, to lessen the burden on property taxes. And they added the levy freeze rate, so that when you wanted to, get your AVGQ increase, back then is what we called it, that the rate would be frozen, or a property tax relief rate, and that's when they also instituted the public safety rate. You're all pretty familiar with that. Okay, so now let's start talking about where we are right now. So in 2015, the General Assembly reformed what we used to call LOIT, local option income tax, to LIT, local income tax. That took effect in January 1st of 2017. They consolidated, they said they weren't really making, this was again, Representative Thompson's, and he's the Ways and Means Chairman now, was his kind of brainchild. They said they weren't making substantive changes, they were just renaming everything, but that there were some changes too. So now we refer to the adopting body. So you have to know who the adopting body is in a county, because if you're a former Cadgett county, the adopting body is the county council. But if you're in a former Coet county, it's the Coet Council, or now called the Lit Council. So that is not in law anywhere, but you have to know that history in order to know who the adopting body is for a county. In our case, we're former Cadgett, so it's the council. Okay, in 2015, we have a special rate, for libraries, and I'll get to that in a minute too. But in 2015, they also recodified our library section in the statute, so I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, here are the current lit rates and uses. There's 3 main purposes, and this was all new stuff in 2017. I went around doing these presentations back then when I was working for cities and towns and explaining all of this, because it was a lot to take in, just like we're trying to learn on Senate Enrolled Act 1. So expenditure rate of 2.5%, it comprised of your certified shares, which included the levy freeze and the school PTRC. That's a carryover from the former Cadgett days. Your economic development rate, your public safety, which included PSAP funding, fire, volunteer fire, and EMS, correctional and rehab facility rate, emergency medical services, judicial, and acute care hospitals. So over time, they started to amend the code where they would take money off the top of everyone's certified shares before cities and towns would get a distribution, or the other taxing units for PSAP. You could designate, and we've done that here, or you could designate an amount for jail funding. The special rates that we had before, and I mentioned that on this slide, some of those go back historically a long way, just like our library rate does, because there's a lot of jail rates out there that were special rates before we had this kind of off-the-top provision under the expenditure rate, and that's because there was federal mandates back then for jail overcrowding. So they were trying to address that, and there were some special rates that came along back then that you will find in the code where it's just for one county, and they have their own section in the code just for that purpose. And then along with that was a property tax relief rate that could be passed up to 1.25%. On this slide, I hope, Greg, I had numbers that I pulled from a spreadsheet, and I hope I got those right.
Yep.
Our breakdown of where we are in Hancock County and our current rate, and how our certified shares, public safety, economic development, correctional, property tax relief, and then our library rate for 0.15. Okay. So for certified shares, first of all, lit right now is distributed on percentage of property tax levy. So for certified shares, for that rate, that amount is distributed to counties, cities, towns, townships, libraries, but not to school corporations, unless you're a former Cadgett county and 0.25% of the expenditure rate is distributed to schools. For economic development rate, remember that can be used for any governmental purpose now, not just for economic development. The rate's distributed to counties, cities, and towns. The county may opt for revenue to be distributed based on certified property tax levy or based on population. You guys get to make that choice. On edit, edit or seed it, however we want to call it, you guys get to determine whether you want it based on property tax levy or based on population. Don't know if we've ever had that discussion, but that is in the statute. So for public safety, that's distributed to counties, cities, and towns. However, the county may reduce the public safety distribution by taking money off the top when you have requests that come in from townships or volunteer fire departments, and you might decide here at the county fiscal body to give a township a distribution off the top, and then that lessens the pot to go to the regular distribution. Also, out of that public safety rate, if you have a PSAP rate, that comes out of that public safety amount. With the property tax relief rate, you can't exceed 1.25%. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but every year you're allowed to make adjustments on the property tax relief distribution to how you want to gear that relief. It can go to homesteads, the 1%, 2%, and 3% levels, homesteads, ag and residential property, and the 3% commercial group, and then there's a code site for residential property. But every year you can figure out where you need to target the most relief and then adjust that property tax relief rate. Maybe you want to send it all to homesteads. This is current law right now, so you'll be able to do this because we have before Senate Enrolled Act 1 comes on in 2028, these are still tools that you have available to you. And then we have the special purpose rates, like I said, when different communities came in and asked for a specific reason, just like our Hancock County library rate, 21 counties have these special rates. Under the current lit that we have now, I'm just putting in a slide that talks about if you make changes, when you make the change and when it becomes effective. So if you're making a change in the rate, those are the dates. If you're making a change in distribution, like we just talked about, maybe you want to change the PTR, the property tax relief, to target a different group of people, a group of taxpayers. These are the dates that you would follow for those adoption dates and then the effective dates. Okay, now we're ready to talk about Senate Enrolled Act 1. So here are the changes to the current lit structure. And I just put a slide in for these changes. So in a former Cadgett County, it eliminates the distribution of lit expenditure rate to schools and civil taxing units. Expires the property tax relief rate, effective December 31st, 2027. That's important to note for when I talk about the library. And it repeals the levy freeze rate, beginning calendar year 2028. To continue to impose the expenditure rate, it requires an annual adoption of a lit ordinance every year. So starting in 2027, you'll adopt your ordinance, must be adopted by October 1st to be effective January 1, 2028 under the new scheme. It eliminates lit councils. So remember, for those co-ed counties that used to have the process where the cities could be the adopting body or have a say in that, those are eliminated now. It's all county councils that are going to do the lit, unless you're in a municipality that is large enough in population that you're going to have your own lit if you're a municipality of that size. Under the current lit structure, so this is right now, and up until Senate Enrolled Act 1 goes into place. So for the short term, under the current lit structure, it authorizes the county fiscal body to impose a lit expenditure rate up to 1.25% to provide property tax relief to homesteads in the form of a credit before January 1, 2028. They're giving you a tool right there to use right now before Senate Enrolled Act 1 changes become effect 2028 on the other lit provisions to give homeowners, homestead owners, more relief. Okay. The new scheme. So now the countywide rate, the max for all, the countywide expenditure rate cap will be 2.9%. Remember, under the old system, it was 2.5. Rates are set subject to the county council's discretion. So this is going to be in your purview, whether you want to adopt this rate and how much the rate is. Okay, now note that on these first three rates I'm going to talk about, the 1.2% rate reserved for the county general services, and I'm going to go into each one of these. I've got a slide on each one of these. And then the 0.4% rate reserved for fire protection and EMS, and the 0.2% rate reserved for non-municipal taxing units, which is townships, libraries that don't require binding review, other civil taxing units, not counties, cities, towns, or schools, and only solid waste districts when the council has decided you want them to have a rate. and you've adopted a resolution for that. Or the whole solid waste district has approved that. Okay, for those rates, 1.2, 0.4, and 0.2, you can do any combination of those, but the maximum of those three can only be 1.7. So just keep that in mind. You couldn't go to the max on each one of those because you'd be over 1.7. So, and then 1.2% of the rate is reserved for general revenue for municipalities with populations under 3,500. And that's distributed by population. I got a slide on that because that's a real interesting twist in this legislation. Now, for municipalities with populations over 3,500, they're going to have their own lit, and they're going to take care of that on their own. So there won't be any more distributions based on percentage of property tax levies from the main pot out to these cities and towns, because those larger cities and towns are going to adopt their own lit.
So I have a question.
Yep.
Sorry to bother you. Doing great.
Yep.
So the 1.2% under the county portion, is that like Shirley, where they would come to us and say, hey, we need to have some, and then we would be able to decide?
Yeah,
if that
and I got a whole slide on that. So
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yep, nope, I'll get there. Here's the new, I showed you a slide on the current adoption dates and then effective dates. This will be the new deadlines. So January 1 to October 1, if you adopt it then, the rate will become effective the following January. If you do it the last half of that year, or the last portion of that year, October 2nd, December 31, you have to wait the second succeeding January 1. Okay, now I'm going to talk about each one of those rates and give you more information about that. So starting out, I'm going to call this the Section 4 uses. So these are the 1.2% rate, which is Indiana Code 3.664, Section 4. This is the rate that the county can use for general purpose revenue. And this is going to be for any governmental purpose, including this list. So your PSAP, your public safety, your economic development, remember the acute care hospitals, all those things that you had designated a specific rate, like PSAP, will now come out of this 1.2%. It's not anything you have to do separately. It's going to be under the 1.2. They're all rolled under this general purpose Section 4 uses for county government. All right, moving on to the 0.4% rate that is reserved for fire protection and EMS. This is a shall be distributed. So this is an automatic distribution. If you decide to adopt this rate, it shall be distributed as the statute tells you to do it. There's a formula that it deals with population, and it's population per square mile. So if you adopt the rate, whatever the rate may be, up into 0.4%, then you will follow the formula that's in here for fire protection and EMS. So as you can see here, it's fire protection district, fire protection territory, municipal fire departments located within the county. All of that would be, and at the discretion of the county council. Okay, Indiana Code 3.664.5. This is the 0.2% rate that's reserved for non-municipal taxing units. If you decide to adopt this rate, these units are going to be townships, libraries that don't require binding review of their budgets, other civil taxing units, not counties, cities, towns, or schools, and only solid waste districts if you've approved that. So with this 0.2% rate, I have one of the things that the units must ask for this. So they have to pass a resolution and have a public hearing. They have to come to you and ask for this. So you can decide whether you want to give it just to the ones that asked or requested it, or if you want to give it to everybody that fits that category. It's going to be at your discretion and your and how much you want to approve for the rate. All right, now this, Scott, is getting to your point. Okay, so the 1.2% rate reserved for general revenue for municipalities with populations under 3,500. This is distributed by population. So again, the units that apply, they must ask for this to come and pass a resolution requesting a percentage. Again, one more thing, the county fiscal body can decide to distribute to the requesters that ask or to all eligible municipalities. So if, let's say, one town didn't ask, you can either leave them out or you could say, we're just going to give to all towns of that size. Now, here's the interesting twist. I'm not sure how I feel about this part. So if a county adopts the 1.2% rate for general services that I called the Section 4 general county uses, then you adopt this 1.2% rate, your decision can be to opt to keep 75% of this money in this rate for these small units for general county purposes, or distribute 25% to those smaller municipalities, or you can do any percent of that. So let me go through that again. If you decide to go to the full 1.2% general purpose rate, and then you also adopt this rate for the smaller municipalities, you can decide to keep 75% of this money for the smaller municipalities in the county coffers.
That would only apply to those towns that you picked.
Right, like
They're
so.
3,500.
Right, so it'd be like Shirley, Wilkinson,
So,
Spring
and you
Lake.
can only, and you could choose to give them 25% at a minimum, but you could change those percentages.
Huh.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
It
Like
is.
that?
What do you think is the justification for saying, hey, if you're this size, you can have this, but actually we can keep whatever we want?
The only thing,
Yeah.
yeah,
We
the
can
only
go
thing I can think
75%.
of is that for the smaller towns, they feel like maybe you can handle the funds better than they could. I don't know. I mean,
Well, and we also handle like their planning. We handle planning
Yeah.
for them, and we handle
well,
some
good
of the
point, right. So maybe you,
sheriff and, you know,
yeah.
some, not all.
I'm used to, there are some smaller rural counties that
Dog
do
pound.
things for smaller towns.
Right.
So they take on those expenses.
911.
Right. Okay, so then you would just adjust the percentages based on what services you are providing for them. That kind of does make sense, okay.
In Hancock County,
Mm-hmm.
are Shirley and Spring Lake, I don't even know how many people live in Shirley. Is it under 3,500?
Under 1,000.
Yeah.
Under 1,000.
Yeah.
So are those the only two communities in this whole county that
Wilkins?
that's?
Wilkinson,
We're also.
So 35? under
Willow
35?
Branch.
But are they,
Well,
they're in a municipality? Is Willow Branch a municipality?
Right, they have to be incorporated.
Incorporated.
Oh, they're not,
Incorporated.
they
Yeah,
are
that's-
not.
Now, what's New Pal at? Are they above 3,500? I think
Oh,
they're
yeah.
close.
And all those places.
They've got to be.
They've got to be.
They gotta be now, probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're
Okay.
talking about Wilkinson, Shirley, Spring Lake, basically.
Yeah.
It could be, though, we've got time, let me just say this, Senate Enrolled Act 1 and these changes are coming on in 2028. They did that on purpose because they know that we're going to see things we need to tweak. I mean, they put some tools in to use right now under the current lit structure that we're using right now, but they also know that we're going to see things as we go through this and say, why is it like that? We're going to go back and make tweaks the next 2 sessions, right, before this really rolls on. And that's a good thing, because when I start talking about this library lit, there is a change that needs to be made. So, all right, our library lit. So what I can find is that it was enacted in 1999. I know Bev Gard is here, and she can attest to that. It was a CEDAT rate, an economic development rate originally, a 0.15% allowable rate for funding a countywide library system. So what happens is you calculate for the library as if they would put on a property tax levy, and then you just replace it with CEDAT. That's the whole idea. Fortville and Vernon, at that time it was called the Fortville Vernon Township Library, they decided to keep their own board and their own distribution so they calculate their property tax distribution, and then it's replaced by CEDAT, the same as with the county public library system. All other townships were included in the bigger system. In 2015, though, when they made the change from LOIT to LIT, they recodified our Hancock County special rate law. So now we can find that in Indiana Code 6.3.679, and it is no longer listed as a CEDAT replacement, but as a property tax relief credit, a PTR credit. It's under that rate structure. So let me show you this if you look at Senate Enrolled Act 1, Section 149, here's our Hancock County provision. And the reason why I've already talked to Ways and Means about needing a tweak to this is because they refer to 3.65. That law is going to be expiring. That is the old property tax relief, and they're doing away with that in Senate Enrolled Act 1. So all they've done is inserted before its expiration. So we have our law, but we know that 3.65 is going away. So what do we do in 2028? They haven't really told us what pot we're supposed to take that out of. So we do need to go back and say which pot you want to take the money out of, probably that county general 1.2%. But that just needs to be clear so that the statute can stay relevant.
So it's not necessarily going to come out of the .2.
What's that?
But the .2 where it said library, township, and a couple other things, because that's what I was thinking. It would just come out of that.
Well, we'll go and have that discussion with them,
Okay.
like where we would, actually,
Yeah,
that's something you need to think about and how I make that ask. But I think, at the very least, I've told them that we need a clarification there, and we've got 2 years to get that done. But if that expires, we don't have a code reference of where we're going to take that money out of. So I guess that's a discussion where we want to, yeah.
It actually comes in, we do the library's budget, it comes in as property tax replacement. Mary would know that. Then it comes in as actual property taxes. So it actually feeds into their
Right.
in two places.
Right. And you assume, you act like it is a property tax, but then at the end of the day, right, like you do everything as if it was a property tax.
Exactly. We kind of eliminate everything and then we put miscellaneous revenue in there, which is equal in one place, equal to the direct property tax replacement. But we build in the added into the replacement of the PTRC. So we got to be careful that we get it in both places. Yeah.
So, clarify the Vernon and Fortville Township, they kept their own distribution. I don't understand how that started, or how that, was that in the original law?
Well, I've got Beverly Gard here, she's on
Right.
the agenda. She
Okay.
can tell you
And
about that.
yeah, I think now, at the very least, when we ask for this change in this section to our library, where we designate what rate we're going to take the money out of to do the replacement, we know we got to have that done. But I think it's a good opportunity for us to maybe do more with that statute, to figure out if we can take this time now and maybe figure out how the two library systems could work together, and what that looks like. Because I know they've had some requests already, and that might be a time to ask for further changes in that section of the code.
That was one of my primary reasons for wanting to hear
Yeah.
this from
Yeah.
Rhonda, was to see what, moving forward, we can't just keep kicking the can down the road and down the road. At some point, Vernon Township deserves to have a library up there. They are highly populated, they're on the grow, they may be the fastest growing township in the county, I'm not sure, but they're right up there with that. And I don't want to call it, I won't say mismanaged, but the beginning, when all this was going on, the librarian up there was a person that really was out of his realm with budgeting, and he just did everything he could to not spend a nickel. He emptied his own trash cans. He never bonded on anything. And that path took them to a point where they can never get a way to generate more money to grow or to expand. So that's my big reason for wanting to hear about this.
I did ask Vernon, now the Vernon Township Library did ask Representative Jeter to carry some legislation for them, which didn't happen this year, to allow them to legislatively increase their, basically do an excess levy appeal, which we know in Senate Enrolled Act 1, they're not letting anyone do those, so that was kind of unlikely. But they were trying to basically double their budget to be able to put a satellite library in the McCord Square 9-star building. So And then they also wanted to be able to access the money in the current fund that's for libraries that does the replacement, because there is some money sitting there. I think it's to the tune of like 1.7 million is what I was told, to build out that space. So there is money in that fund, and property taxes and income taxes are growing faster. So that fund has more money in it now than what can be distributed. And so I guess that's another conversation we should have, is how that can be used or what should be done about that
Did you
fund.
tell me the distribution on that current Hancock County Library is not eligible for that?
Well, they can only get what they could, what,
You're capped
yeah,
by
you're,
the 4%.
yeah, by the formula. You can only take out of that whatever you would generate in property taxes. So it might be a good thing if the council would ask for permission by the General Assembly to get a bill passed that says that you can now take the extra money that's in there, that's more than what's distributed based on the property tax formula for capital projects, for something you want to build, or, I mean, to have that flexibility. I'm not saying you would, but to have that
We
flexibility.
can also reduce that tax.
Could also reduce the rate so that the fund doesn't grow
That
as
would be
much.
something.
But it would not help the library's problem. That would just, I don't even understand why we would not consider pushing that money towards where it's needed. The money's already there. It's not new money.
You can't do it by law.
Yeah, right now, we'd have to get the law
Yeah,
changed.
I'm
But
saying let
I'm
it
saying
sit there
you could get the
until
law changed, and
act on it.
even if you didn't want to do it,
Right.
you would have it there that you could, because passing a law doesn't happen overnight. It could take years to pass a law.
I just feel like they're stuck in
Update
the
the
mud.
council, remember, we update that every year, and we'll be updating that in the spring here or summer. And we project ahead on that balance, and we'll project it until 2027. But you get that information each and every year about what's extra there.
Well, I just don't know why we're not more supportive of what their needs are, and that we can offer some assistance without it costing us any additional monies, that there's monies already sitting there depending on new legislation that would afford that. And I know that there's been a lot of discussion between Vernon Township Library and the county library system, and I think they're willing to work together and maybe do some kind of quasi agreement to fund what their needs are and continue to fund the county library, but not acting at all is helping no one.
Yeah, we're way off our agenda, though.
It's a
I will
discussion.
circulate this presentation to all of you, and so you have it, and, you're probably going to need it more in a couple years, well, about a year from now. And
So it's nothing this year, it's 2028 when everything goes in. So all these percentages and everything would have to be adopted in 2027.
Right, but Greg already talked about some of the other relief that they're offering, like July 1, like the credit on, and you might think about the current lit structure and what you do to make some of those adjustments to compensate. Like, what if you need to raise one of your rates to cover the $300 credit that's going to be given? Like, where is that, how much is that going to be, and where do you take that money from? So those are some things you
Right, that
probably need to
October
do
1
for the.
deadline though is tomorrow. I mean, it seems like it's so fast. You know what I mean? If we've got to do something, this is basically June. We act so slow. So, I mean, if we have to change something, that's
The
5
discussion
meetings
is
away.
now.
That's only 5 meetings.
Rhonda's 2 points.
There's, yeah.
The one right now for property tax replacement credit, we give it only to residential, is our understanding. And we changed that many, many years ago. We quit giving it to apartments and commercial, and we just gave it to the people, the homes, okay? So I'm thinking that one, you wouldn't want to. Then the answer, the preliminary information we have is that 300, again, we gotta get the number of residential units, but probably could be about 500, 600,000 lost to the county. So Jim, it may, I asked my staff, or we were trying to do some more research on that, and that may lower your 1 million revenues to 500,000. Okay, so if we had to, we increase a lid, maybe 0.12, maybe 0.15 to make up some of that.
In 26?
Pardon me?
In 26?
Yes, if
Okay.
we want to. Or, I'm sorry, well, let's make sure, in 25 for 26.
Yeah.
Yes. So make sure we're on the same page.
Right.
So that's something, Kent, yeah, we may want to consider saying that, if we gotta pay this out according to the state legislature, then we may need to wait to pay it out. And that's just our part. Remember, that 300 will get spread over everybody, all the different tax entities. So 0.15 would be for all of it. So we've got some information coming on that
Okay.
part.
Okay, and that's not going to change. That is not going to change, probably.
No, at this point in time, that's the part I believe that you probably agree with me. No, that's not changing
Yeah.
now for 26. That train has left the station.
Okay.
Everybody's on.
So that adoption is by August 31st,
For the lit,
yeah?
yeah,
Those are the adoption
The dates
dates.
are there.
Yeah, it says August 31st, that's
Yeah.
3 meetings away.
for the change. I thought it was October.
June, July, October,
So
That's if you
by
want it done by
October
October
31st, if you
You
want
want
it
it
to
done by
be
January
effective
1st.
January 1,
Yeah,
2026.
so it's by October.
yeah, the adoption date.
Yeah,
You have to adopt it by August.
Yeah.
You have to
We
adopt
want
it
to be
by that,
effective.
in that range,
In
then
three
October.
months.
You have until
you want it effective
That's enough
October
time.
1st.
Oh, okay, all
You want
right.
effective January 1st,
You
2026.
got till October
Yeah, till
30th.
End of October.
It's still,
I know we could lower the
that's still fast.
library rate too at the same time. You could.
We're not doing anything until we've
Yep.
got something going.
Pardon me?
I just want, if somebody does CLE presentations myself, you did phenomenal, thanks. I mean, I wasn't bored like most of the time when I'm at CLE things.
Come to consensus.
There toward the end, just to like copy what was in the statute and just
Yeah.
Okay, we need
where
to
to
move
find it
on.
because,
Yeah.
Did great.
Okay, thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Rhonda. That's
Thanks,
great
Rhonda.
information, and you're
Uh,
going
we're
to hand that
gonna
out or
s-
push it out?
I will send it to all you.
Okay, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
We're way off our agenda, so I'm going to skip just to be, Beverly Gard has come. I asked her to come. Beverly, would you, we'll skip to her so that you can get to her lunch on time. Beverly was the originator of the library bill that set up the county library, so I asked her to come to just give us a idea of where this whole thing started, the library. It didn't have anything to do with what they were talking about. I put her on the agenda a long time ago.
Well,
Beverly?
thank you. It's been a long time since I've talked to you all, lots of different faces than the last time I talked to the county council. Throughout my time in the General Assembly, I was the one that seemed to carry all the library legislation. But when I was elected in 1988, the first issue that was brought to me from Hancock County was from Sugar Creek Township. They wanted a library, and they had a very active group pursuing that. And it took about 10 years before they really got a library. But I will skip all of the lawsuits and everything that Sugar Creek went through to finally end up with being part of a library district. But in December of 1998, I introduced Senate Bill 166, which was the bill that established the Hancock County Public Library. And let me tell you kind of the history of the components of that. And first of all, the idea of using at that time we called it the edit tax, was Armin Apples. He was county commissioner. He was very supportive of libraries, but he was also very concerned about property tax, particularly the impact on farmers. And so he said, if we can figure out a way to fund a countywide library system with something other than property tax, he would encourage the commissioners to approve it. And so he came up with this idea. I took it to legislative services, who have the professionals that develop the legislation. And so it worked with them. And a couple of components of that legislation were really necessary to make it work. First of all, every part of the county, every township, every municipality, the entire county had to be part of a library district. And at the time the legislation was being drafted and actually introduced and worked through 2/3 of the system, Fortville was part of it, and Fortville had agreed to be part of it. At the very end, Fortville informed us that they didn't want to be part of it. And so we took Fortville out. Looking back on it, I think that was a serious mistake. We would have taken some flack from people in Fortville, but Fortville has struggled for a long, long time, having the revenue to really provide the kind of services that the county library can provide. After that legislation passed, the commissioners adopted a special taxing district, as was required by the legislation. And so we had the Hancock County Public Library District, which included, obviously, New Palestine, Sugar Creek Township, the entire county, except for Vernon Township, which was part of the Vernon Township Fortville Public Library. The library board at that time and the director for most of this was Diane Osborne, and then she served about 13 years, and then David Gray, who's back there, followed Diane. But in order to try to provide services to the outlying parts of the county, the Hancock County Public Library did a lot of things. They had a tech mobile. They at one time established a little satellite library in the school, one of the school buildings at Eastern Hancock. They had book drops over the elementary school on 300 North near Mount Comfort Road. Did a lot of things to try to provide services. Some worked and some didn't work, but I think now they still have courier service between the outlying districts, and they work extensively with the schools. That brings us to, I think, the present time with this discussion of, what's going to happen with the other library district in the county, and obviously McCordsville with their growth, some of the fastest growth in the state in that municipality. I think Buck Creek Township is kind of the hub now of that area up there. Particularly if you look at the demographics, and I think it's really important that you look at the demographics of what the Fortville Public Library serves, the age of the people that they particularly serve, the number of school children, versus what would, if McCordsville, and if there was a library in that area, who they would serve. They have a high percentage of children, much higher, obviously, than Fortville. I'm really glad that Rhonda and Greg went through the changes, and they're very significant. You're going to have some real important decisions to make with respect to this and the allocation of the money. In my opinion, in knowing the cost of providing library service and having worked with the library budget for 16 years, I think it makes no sense, and particularly with some of the changes that are being made, it makes no sense to have two libraries up in that area. Fortville and McCordsville aren't that far apart.
I don't think they were ever saying they wanted two separate libraries. What they're talking about is having a permanent library and a satellite office in McCordsville in that new strip center. It would just be a depository and pickup. They'll have like book lockers and things like that. I don't think Vernon Township's interested in building two libraries.
Well, when you talk about a satellite in McCordsville is where the hub of activity would be with respect to school children and so forth, because you just have to look at the demographics.
I live there, so I'm very familiar with Vernon Township's demographics.
I know you are, Mary, and I appreciate your position, and if I lived where you did, I would probably feel the same way. But I also think that the county council and the county commissioners, from the respective, I think, and Greg, you might correct me on this, or David, but I think that when a new library district is created, the commissioners have to sign off on it. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
I think it is too. Yeah. Yeah, when a new library district is created, the commissioners would have to sign off on it. But it makes no sense to have, in a satellite is a library. They still have to subscribe to a lot of the platforms that David can talk to you about the expense of all of the various platforms that a library has to have and pay for. The more libraries you have, the more expensive that is if they do it individually. If they're part of a Hancock County system, then they cabbage on to what the county system has. And there's tremendous savings, and I think you have to look at that in some depth, and there are people that can give you those numbers. So it's just my thought that really it makes no sense to have two separate libraries. And a satellite isn't going to remain a satellite very long.
Well, it's only a small amount of space in the McCordville Crossing complex there, and it is a small space. And from what I was told by the town council president, who's been discussing this as well, is that it's nothing more than a book depository that you can order books, go and pick them up there in McCordsville, or you can have a locker that they exchange things. It's not a full library system to offer the same services that they will then initially, hopefully, get to build that will service the people of Vernon Township as a whole.
Well,
it's
but
a satellite.
then you're saying then that still that Fortville will be the main library for that area, which
I know I didn't say Fortville would be,
Well,
that's their decision, that it will be something that they can come up with to service all the people and all the kids that live there. And there's a lot of kids in Fortville that ride their bikes to the library. You'll never have that in McCordsville because of the traffic and the way it's just set up. It's not the same type of
I didn't
layout.
intend for this to get into it. I just wanted Beverly to come in and give the history of where it came from.
I
I
want
don't
to.
like the recommendation that
Well,
it's a
I
bad
mean,
idea.
I've worked with libraries as a board member who's responsible for budgets. I know what the impact can be on taxpayers. This library, Hancock County Public Library, was established using the edit tax essentially as property tax replacement. And it is property tax replacement. The 0.15 probably needs to be adjusted, and under the new statute, it's going to have to be adjusted, I suspect. But that's the amount that the libraries will be allowed to get from an income tax. And Greg's going to have to think about this a lot. Is it going to still be able to completely pay for the expenses of all this library system?
But if I have
Beverly.
one quick question on that number. So when it was created and up till now, has Vernon Township or Fortville or McCordsville, any amount of those taxpayers paid the income tax on it up till
Everybody in
now?
Hancock County pays the.
So they have been paying into it, even though the fund we have, they have not
And,
been.
and, well, and Fortville is funded by that edit tax. They figure their budget just as if they were gonna be, it's gonna be paid for by property taxes. And then the fund that the county holds, that's the edit tax, replaces that budget. So libraries don't get any more money than they are allowed. It's just the edit's just a property tax replacement.
So when it started, they thought, we're gonna get the same amount of money whether we participate or not, but we're gonna have autonomy of self-management. But they thought they would get the same amount of money regardless.
Yeah.
They just, their percentage was so low and has stayed so low because they've never had the ability
I just wanted to make
to
sure I
bond
understood.
and
We're
grow.
just
So-
detail, right.
And there's another scenario. What if McCordsville decided they wanted to have their own library district? And, to heck with Fortville.
I don't think that's
essentially.
ever been a
Well,
discussion.
Mary,
though.
let me.
I just think that's very hypothetical, and
Well,
they're trying to
I
work as a
think-
township as a whole, not individually. They're trying to come together and service their township.
Well, I didn't come to argue with you. I think you have to look at any possible scenario that might eventually happen. And when you consider the growth in McCordsville and Buck Creek Township in that area, you can't ignore that growth. And say they decided, well, they'd be better off if they had their own library district. And they took the part of Vernon Township that was part of their city, which would leave Fortville with very little area that they serve, which means that their revenue is going to be reduced. And they simply couldn't manage. They had to have revenue.
Okay.
But I do think you need to think about economies of scale. That's significant. And I think you need to get people working on some of the cost of what McCordsville and Vernon Township are thinking right now versus having a cohesive countywide system. And I don't think it's up to Greenfield or Hancock County Public Library to have to deal with this.
Thank you, Beverly, for coming in today.
Okay.
Thank
Are there
you.
questions that you?
But I learned a lot.
No, thank you.
Okay, I wanted to give you some things to particularly think about.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Beth.
Did we lose Bill?
We did
He's back
lose-
there, but yes.
We are losing Bill.
Just quickly, the 2025 GO bond. Are the commissioners on track to do something with that?
Yes,
We need to do anything to help
Not
that
yet.
along?
I don't think. at this point, we don't,
Just need to talk to Greg. Veritas.
About
2025 bond.
which bond?
2025 GEO bond.
Yeah, so, we were asking for your list. Did you need me back there?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying we'll do a resolution of need with the exhibit.
So I know Bill knew that the deadline, or we were, I'm trying to set a point of time, one. And so I'm assuming you're working on that and we'll have that this month.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I've asked then the commissioners about who our bond counsel is, because that's gonna be very, very significant under the new law, which will put you in a freeze period if you go less than 5 years. So we'll probably do a 6-year GO bond. So we're going to structure it so we don't have, we do the right thing and don't have impediments in the future, because we need this vehicle to be able to do our capital. And so that's going to take some strategic work with bond counsel.
Okay. Are you saying that there's a way to avoid the 2-year gap or the 1-year gap between them? Or
We believe so. We've actually had 3 law firms already say they've got 3 different ways. And so synergy with one person, one law firm, and the total need, okay, not exceeding the 5 million. We are working on that, and once the commissioners give me the direction to work with a firm, which on a preliminary basis they have, but I don't know, Bill, I don't think you asked the meeting to solidify that. So we're definitely on top of that.
Okay.
And we'll be building it in, so All Points Bulletin to Mary and to Deb. We will be building in the 25 GO bond into the budget from the get-go. And we will give her the annual, it may be $1 million or maybe $2 million per year, budgetary number for debt service, and that will come down based upon the number of years we use.
Well, we want to make sure we get the 800,000 in for radios and the 1.4 million in for 4-H. And then
Right.
And then whatever happens to the sheriff's cars, whether they can be, they didn't make it in the 23 bond, so we want to make sure.
I think we're going to talk about it a little later, I think when Janine gets back, or maybe, they talked about it yesterday at the, maybe Scott can talk about it too. They talked about it yesterday at the commissioners meeting for the vehicles. I think it's the 2021 bond they're going to do.
See, that's what I was suggesting is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they discussed it yesterday,
Okay.
commissioners.
Well, but there's another
us
million,
to-
there's another million he's asking for in
Oh, yeah.
26
Okay,
for cars.
yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
That's in the Cume capital.
Okay.
Another,
He said no? The answer is no, okay.
Okay. Well, we wanted to ask. Yeah.
what was that?
She said the answer was no on the cars in the 21 bond.
Okay, so the question is where they were supposed to be in the 23 bond, but that got spent on something else. So we're going to have to come up with that money from someplace.
Correct.
Someplace.
Just saying,
I know,
and that's now.
yeah.
Well, sheriff equipment would be, I mean, I think it would fall under that, no problem. Really? Yep. If it says sheriff equipment.
Yeah, it's like their primary
I was
piece of
gonna say,
equipment.
That's their number one piece of equipment.
Yeah, it's their equipment.
Gotta get
Well,
there.
besides what's on their belt.
That's the most important piece of equipment.
Regardless of whether it said
They don't even need it. They don't even need it.
equipment
They can't leave
or
the jail.
equipment.
It's a general, here's what it says. Renovation, acquisition of new buildings and equipping various county facilities. But, so, you know,
That's a little different.
That's
yeah,
different than equipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we
Officer's
look
number
at
one
it,
piece of equipment is his vehicle.
yeah, we don't think of, equipment being anything but office stuff.
That is their office.
Yeah.
Most of those officers,
Yeah,
that
the
is their
computers
office.
with them, everything's with them.
I think you got a problem.
They don't have an office.
I do too.
You said it differently than
Equipment versus equipping facilities.
Yeah.
bingo.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, yep.
So we have to magically find,
but I
Okay.
think we're
Sounds like a
gonna
rainy day
try
problem to me.
to,
Yeah.
Greg,
I don't know, it's
what
just-
we were talking about is working that into
Apparently
the
not.
2025.
Okay, so we're going to get
see
to
anything at
5
all.
million.
No, look at him.
Bill's not here. We're gonna get to the 5 million or $6 million level really fast.
Well, there'll be $1.8 million for sheriff's cars. $1.4 million
Well,
for
here's a
fair.
question for you. Equipping facilities, the fairgrounds, which was supposed to be future expenditure, is that,
No, you can't, that wouldn't go over
Specifically
well
sheriff.
because it was not intended it wasn't even known of in 21.
okay.
So, no, that one wouldn't go
Can't
past
use
it.
that money for that.
Nope, don't think so.
So the 25-year bond is
Done.
spent.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go
Pretty
on.
much.
Fund balances. Looking at,
I
It's in
found
your
mine
packet?
at home, and 23 was the last one I could find, so these are current and correct?
It's,
yeah.
yeah, 23
Yeah.
is the last one.
That's the resolutions for 2023.
It seems to me we should make several changes to this. Greg, have you, the target balance?
I have not had a chance to review this.
well, I was going to recommend the rainy day go up to 7 million because,
I
what we
swore
got
we
in there.
voted on that when we got it to 7 million, that was why. But I don't doubt that this didn't get signed, but I think we surely
I
talked
had it.
about it.
the 7,
Because that was the whole reason we put the money in there, was to get to the target.
right. And the general fund at 8 million now, I mean, our general fund keeps going up, so shouldn't we be increasing that a little bit? Like a third
Well, it's supposed
of,
to account for so many days of county operations. Is it 90 days, Greg?
At a minimum.
At a
So-
minimum, 90 days of operational costs. So what is that anymore?
Right, so, but why does this sheet say 7 and this sheet say 6?
so this is a fund minimum balance?
We don't want
Oh,
it
that's,
to drop
this is the
below.
projected.
Yeah.
This is the actual, so we already have 7 in there.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Yes.
And I think what happened is, I do think we voted on making the target balance for rainy day 7, but I don't think we probably put it in the resolution, because I know we talked about that when we put the money.
So on the.
Well, why wouldn't we make it what our actual?
These cost us about $77,000 per day. Okay, so we said a minimum number of days at 100 would be 7 million, or 8 million. That's how we originally got to this 8 million. And right now, that seems to be holding true at about 77, that was the 24 spend, 77,000 per day.
Okay.
Okay. So, Jim, I think at the minimum 100, we're okay at this, for this year.
Okay, okay. So we might increase the rainy day by 1 million, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if the actual's 7 and we have 7, why wouldn't we just redo this resolution to make this 7? And,
I would think so.
and it makes sense if the money's there and plus the budget's growing. These
Yeah.
numbers haven't changed that much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the budget is growing.
Yeah.
And it has
Okay.
been for years.
We'll come back with a resolution then.
Yeah.
Is that the only
that.
change? Food and beverage, what was the justification? That said 200,000 as long as I've been around.
Just-
We knew that was our extra fund that we would always,
If we
don't want to make it
change any of
very
those,
high.
right around mine.
Well, yeah.
And so it was kept at a very
Okay.
reasonable level. I think, Jim, the other thing is the health claims reserve fund. We've got $1 million, but I thought we were shooting for a little more.
1.5, I swore we changed that
Yeah,
to
we
and
did
the rainy
have-
day.
And also, if we're going to start putting our self-insurance liability, we probably should put that in here too.
Yeah,
Okay.
which would be 500,000 right now.
Correct, and I leave it at 500 in the resolution at this point in time. We would need to add that too.
And that,
Any of the
that's the
lists, I
minimum
wouldn't
that
even
would
touch,
stay.
because they're gonna evaporate in 2 years.
Okay.
And that's Fund 4,700. Self-insurance, 500,000.
Remember, that is a place that we had suggest that we start, but we haven't, really worked out the claims on the liability and, that, I'm assuming, Scott, the commissioners have not approved a new liability contract.
No,
Okay, because we got all those other bumps.
right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. We'll have a resolution made up then for that. Discuss the opioid issues. Shall we do that? Or do you want to move that to the council meeting?
I think we should move that to the council meeting. Should move it to the council meeting.
Is that okay with everyone? Since we got into this?
Do you want to wait, the partners in affordable housing thing you asked me to bring as well, do you want to move that as well? That's
Yeah,
fine.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there
And the
people here
landing
for this?
There's a landing request and,
No one was supposed to speak on
Oh,
it.
okay.
It was just a discussion item for us, but we're so far behind
Yeah.
the agenda.
They
okay.
have another meeting in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Move it to
That's
next
kinda
week.
what's-
So, since we're so far behind, how about we just call it quits? And
I make a motion to approve the minutes of April 2, 2025.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Is Greg gonna go over, he has some other stuff,
Oh.
he's not gonna go over that? He won't be back next, he won't be back next.
Okay, yeah, you won't be back. Yep.
Have a copy of that, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
And I sent it out, we sent it out earlier in the week. And
Yep.
here, change that, and we're adding
For ya.
the self-insurance claims fund.
100,000.
so I don't,
Already.
has,
There's no money.
first of all, if you read the letter, did everybody read the letter, or do I need to read through it really fast?
Yeah, I read it.
I
I
remember.
read it.
Okay.
I think we all.
So, if you look at the
Yeah, same
study,
thing.
then what we did, in the most significant page, let's go to page 4. And Jim, this is where I was talking about the 2025 budget on page 4 is 160, but should have been grown to another additional 80,000. Okay?
Okay,
Because of the addition.
okay. I
Okay.
thought it was 103, but, okay.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
good.
So if you look on page 5, the state reimbursement, there was some question about if we changed our current model of providing service, would we lose reimbursements? As you can see in the past, we had state reimbursements before we changed it in 2022. Keep in mind, 2022 is when we changed the public defenders over, okay, to having some of the people, the chief, the deputy, the staff attorney, and the legal assistant and office manager. Those came in, and you see those on page 4, okay? And so federal or the state reimbursements have been alive and well the whole time. You can see it has increased as the budget has increased. The case filings, we went through that, and Scott, you may help me here, but our point was percentage of PD assignments have gone up. We did in the email ask about that. Scott, you even read that email. You told me the last time, and the responses have been provided. And obviously, you know, there's reasons for it going from 32 to 50%. And basically, that's when the judges, you know, when it's assigned to them and the number of cases going up, okay? And that's spelled out in the email, okay? Have you all read the emails attached? Yeah. That's very, very important to read, okay? Because it adds a lot of narrative to it. Then if you look on page 7, this is the summary of hours spent. You can see the local bar numbers were less in 23 and 24, and so that was kind of good news and kind of helped because of the other staff picking up some of the, you know, burden. So that, and we did a realization of the per hour realization, and you can see roughly you've been, you know, it was $100, and now it is $110 for 2025. Remember that. And you asked me to use 200, and that would obviously increase it by $1 million, and obviously we cannot afford that. Okay, that's pretty obvious. So what we're proposing at this point in time is, number one, again, you should read the emails that I have attached as an attachment. She helped out very, very well, but I'm proposing that we not change the structure at this point in time. It does seem to be working, and the number of chin cases, you know, keep changing and things like that. And Scott, you can give me blend on cases, but you got any comments there?
Yeah, what I did was I also reached out to each of the judges and spent some time with them to talk about, practically speaking, what might happen if we did make a change and we had, you know, did it, try to revert back to the way it was or some hybrid form. So I talked to Judge Marshall and Judge Sirk and Judge Davis. Their concern is that there's the support within the bar, within Hancock County isn't there anymore. And they said that each of them expressed that concern. They don't have the local bar members like they used to. There's, you know, John Apple was you know, he's retired. So they told me there were 20-some judges or 20-some lawyers that used to do it that don't anymore. And, you know, that was, practically speaking, they didn't think the county could be served with trying to make a change. They were sensitive to the dollars and the money that was involved. They talked about that a little bit, but they didn't see a viable way from their standpoint of changing it at this time. That's what they said. And so I told them that I was tasked by the council to inquire of them, and I did that and report back to you. That was the consensus. That's a pretty short summary, but they had some other concerns too. And they did say that they felt like the current public defenders were doing a good job. Judge Sirk made that point. So that was what they had said.
Something not to get into today, but I mentioned it just in the last few days to a couple elected officials. DJ Davis had called me last week after he presented on the magistrate. And obviously we've been talking for years about the prosecutor's office. And now we've been talking about PD, and nobody's in here more than judges saying that they need more, right? And then being copied on all these emails, seeing caseloads over the last month that Greg's been working on these numbers, it's really got me thinking it might make sense that we, you know how some things have been planned over a very long period of time, like the vocational school. I mean, that was years of roundtabling. The mental health initiative was a year of roundtabling. I think when it comes to this whole judicial system, we almost need to put like a really long-term planning committee together, because if we when we added more police officers, Brent said, well, the prosecutor's office has more cases now. And then when the prosecutor's office has more cases, the PD has more cases. And then when there's more cases, the judges say, our schedules are full 5 months out. We can't take all these cases. So it's almost like if you help one, you're putting everyone else behind. And it is not my specialty at all. I would not be the person for a committee. But it almost seems like we need to spend like a year with multiple meetings where we appoint some people to really put all the bodies at the table and talk about the 10-year plan.
Healy presented that idea to me, and I would say that would be a good idea. So that we're not piecemeal conferring with people, let's get them all represented on a committee. Let that committee do.
Well, and Scott, you know from the state got rid of 2 courts. One of them was one of my clients, which is Monroe County. And they could add courts in the future. And so I think that's an excellent idea. Also, if you noticed in Rhonda's lit, judicial has been in there for years. Now it's been segregated, and it is in there and available to fund also with income. So I think what you want to do is you really do want to look at it. And my eyes were opened when I looked at this PD about, and you've been, I work with Tippecanoe County. You've been real lucky in the juvenile side. And because we've got significant expenses up. It's those Purdue people seem to be spilling over to juveniles. But, but we won't name any schools. But, so that's pretty important. By the way, it is also in Monroe County because we've got even a specialized juvenile tax rate down there on lit.
Scott, I think that's a great idea, but I think the commissioners should take that up, and the commissioners should initiate a study committee and a 10-year plan.
I think that's
Because
great.
it has to start through there, but I think even if you guys put it on the agenda, talk about it at the next commissioner meeting or something and get it started. We're all gonna be
I'll let
gone
them
by the
know,
time
too,
it would
that
come to
that-
fruition.
Probably true, but it'll probably never get done.
Well-
The history of getting those type people together is about the only time you can do it is at noon and serve lunch.
So what I'm trying to now come and say, this is our draft report. Let me know if there's something you want me to add or subtract or an addition. But I am trying to put an end to it because I know they're very busy and they've been very good at, I got great responses even over the
They've
weekends.
been so responsive with the data that you've asked for.
Yeah. And so, and over the weekends and everything like that. So I really appreciate the help. But if there's, we had a start, now we want to end it. Let me know if you need anything else.
I'd just point out too that actually we have a hybrid system right now because the PDs use outside contracted lawyers in between the time they need another full-time person. So the system is working.
Yeah, and I've got counties that just fund their PD totally on their own, their employees. That's how Monroe is, so.
How did they?
They don't use outside,
At all.
right,
Oh,
yeah,
oh.
so.
But there's some benefits though to using outside people too.
Yeah, that's
We-
what
We have
I'm-
a shortage of lawyers and how do new lawyers get experience?
Exactly.
And that's what Judge Marshall said, but he said that the young lawyers, they don't want to go to court. They're used to being on their phone.
Yeah. And they don't want to do criminal,
hate to
right?
say
Maybe we
They're
need
trying to
to
avoid
force
criminal.
them to court.
And I'm hearing they're trying to avoid criminal, right? They're
Yeah, they don't
trying
want to, they don't
to,
want to go to, see, in criminal cases, you got to be in the courtroom quite a bit. Initial hearings, pre-trials, you can't do it remotely, and you can't do it in your house. So
and that
They
might,
just don't want to go to work.
Realize too.
that might be a growing problem
Is that what it
because
boils down to?
Do we do any of it?
the one health department employee that position they filled and didn't work out, when I asked why, they said they came from a job that they were allowed to work remote a lot and they couldn't believe how much they were expected to be in the health department office.
Was that a nurse?
And that's why they left 6 weeks later. Yes, it was a nurse, yeah.
And she wanted to
She
do
was
it.
paid more to work
Against your
more from
phone, and
home
we'll get
before
your
she took
temperature.
this job. Yeah.
So please get to Deb if you want any other question answered, and we will answer it.
Thanks, Greg, you did a
Thanks for
great
that.
job.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, aye.
We're adjourned.
Aye.
Thank you.
We do have a meeting of,
I cannot
She
stay
can't-
today.
I
Yes,
am
David.
not saying.
It's not me.
Tell me what you want to do with the phone.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
Not me.
I'm gonna take 5. I'll be right back.
okay.
Yeah.
I was ready to talk.
Yes, yes.
So I did find, just so you know, I think I do. Because upper vein. Now, I know you said they were gonna get it for that purpose.
Well, only one, so there's 3 projects, right, and 2 of them won't. The one I think most in question was the landing, their request, they're not residential. They provide service. But
Yes.
it sounds like-
I meant to give that back to you too.
There, that request is expansion.
These are both pressed too.
Thanks for letting me read it.
Absolutely.
I think that both.
And every meeting, I have all of them,
Clearly
so.
counter here.
I think even the third one would have.
Okay, that's good to know. I just wanted, I thought from the window they were all good, but when somebody said, are we sure they're good? I'm
Well,
like,
yeah,
well,
that was the
I better
right
ask
thing
Scott.
to do, because it's a,
They are all
Yeah.
capital, yeah.
but it's good, it's clear enough in there.
Well,
There
it-
were actually several areas where it was talked about,
Yeah,
not just the one I quoted.
okay, and you'll be here next week
Yeah.
when that circles back.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you ahead of that.
Yes, I appreciate that.
All right, we'll get on.
Yeah,
Make sure
please.
yeah,
Yeah, I gave Bill a deadline in April 1, he said, I can't do that. I said, okay.
Right, we get.
I just got it unheard.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah, and then he's supposed to, did they decide on using ice miller?
Oh, yeah, that's the way
Okay, well, Bill said that, but I said, Bill, do you need do you need confirmation from your other commissioners? He said, yes. So, okay. If you're telling me I do, then I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go with it. Yes, sir. We're gonna do the table. We'll have fun.
Yeah.
Table fun.
That's what Mary said. She goes, Mary's right. Yeah.
I think it said family park. Well, it says government. I said,
Not
family. Okay, I'm out of here. Jim's tossing me out. But. I got it warmed up really well. Thanks. No problem.
Take care.
I'm hoping some people are staying, because it looks like a lot of people are going, so.
Yep, some people are staying.
Okay, good. Moving it back towards me one. Yeah?
Want to put chairs on both sides.
Yeah.
Yo.
It's a 2.5-second question.
I got it. You're all right,
that's all right. Okay, any update on maintenance?
Oh, there you are. I couldn't, you were hidden. That's all right. See you later.
Here's the book.
That's Robin's pen.
He's our jail deputy, though.
You need either.
Hey, Scott.
Oh, well, I got this meeting or whatever
Oh,
now.
are you part of that group?
Yeah.
Who's?
So you were in,
Our group's never met. We're supposed to be doing the RDC. but
You're in charge of your group?
I reached out and, Bill said, I can't right now because he had, he was down, he couldn't get.
Pass out.
Kent's working, if he's not here, he's at his work. It's just trying to get, so we decided we'd wait till May to even talk about doing anything. We may just pass it on as our recommendation if we have none. No, yeah, well, good luck with that.
He can have more, if he could have more meetings, I think he would.
I know, I agree with that. I can't do it.
somebody's coming with lunch. Could you leave? Thank you.
When do we get our new chairs?
Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
I was sitting in one that's different.
Yeah, you're sitting in a new chair, I see
And I looked over
that.
and saw Robin's was different than mine too.
The commissioners chose this one. Robin was sitting in it. And they're paying for them, so I thought they should have the most weight in what we purchase. And this was the one they decided, so I need to take a picture of the tag, send it to them, and count how many, and then get a quote. And yeah, 1, 2, 3,
Very well.
11.
11 chairs. And
Unless you want an extra one, just in case it breaks.
Ideas.
But that was the question, I think, in the email, 11 or 12.
yes, I didn't remember, so,
That's what it was.
and then Deb responded to me, just count how many's there. And,
Yeah, it was 11.
and we can always change the quantity later if we need to.
Yeah, we can't do it. Their commissioner on this?
Janine.
She's in a meeting with, it's probably somebody's quitting.
Wait, you've had the pup back there?
You,
Didn't even see him.
Hey, Janine, Jim Shelby. The county farm. Way. Thanks. Come back if you can. We're having lunch. Bye.
She's in,
She's
if you wanna
right
see
there.
her, she's with Kelly Eller in another room.
Yeah, she's in the conference room.
She's in the conference room.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, you can go say hi to her if you want. Who's on this?
That's where she went?
Yeah, I don't know if they're meeting with the person yet. Fire somebody.
I did. It was an exit interview?
Yeah, I think it is.
I don't think.
Nothing you've heard of?
I can come and go.
I know, jail,
Jail.
they come and go pretty quick.
No, I got one leaving on the first, but he's gonna go be a.
That's good. He's leaving for the jail.
He's leaving from the jail to go be a policeman.
Okay, that's cool.
How many empty spots you have in jail?
We're down to.
I have to record this. So you have to tell me when to turn on the recording.
Oh, you do, don't
Yep.
you? Okay.
Cause it's in here.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a certain amount of council members. So
There's only 3 council members.
Yeah,
Only 3.
there's only 3. Is there usually more than that? 4? Isn't there usually 4?
Yeah, one couldn't be here.
So council, tell me, am I supposed to record it or not?
You can record.
Go ahead and record.
Okay. Am I good to turn it on now, Jim?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah, the microphone, speak loud enough. Is it on YouTube? I'll just watch. That's how I watch. We watched the commissioners meeting to make sure, because we went to
It
figure
was
out.
on YouTube?
Yeah, we wanted to figure out where all the blind spots were. So we're watching to see where the blind spots are. And
Might be live, I don't know.
Right about there.
no, this is
Maybe.
actually.
Blind spot's right about there.
Oh, it'll go live.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that one right
He's
there.
lying right in here.
Well, I just tried to summarize, first of all, what we did the first time. We kind of listed the different ideas, and the number one idea, of course, is to move the judicial system out. But if you go down the line there, we're talking shooting range change, park green space, et cetera. So maybe work from the bottom up instead of the top down. So I thought Rick got back from his trip to far corners of the world, and I thought maybe using his expertise in that area, why we might talk about some of the ideas.
Yeah, but you can't see.
Oh, okay.
It dawned on me, it might help put some context to who I am, because you only see. I'm a licensed landscape architect, practicing for 40 years, with a partner in one of the firms in Apple. So I've got experience. I've worked in 12 states with Parks and Rec, involved in projects from the scale. I did the trail, Carmel. Jim asked me to volunteer, help just process that. I thought might help put text into. It's not this involved in this world a little bit that might add some value to this.
Also, didn't you say that you had a little experience or knew people experience in moving or remediating shooting
Yes.
ranges,
Yeah,
which I thought was
I
interesting.
was involved in IMPD's shooting. We renovated that.
Yep.
It's been 30 years now. Renovated. No,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
they
not
got
the post, but it's
Yeah, they got a new
the
one over there
training
now,
camp.
the new.
I'm sure they guy out of
Really fun.
trying to keep bullets from us.
Yep.
You can get lead and all that kind of stuff.
So I figured moving a shooting range, you just bring in a backhoe and you dig it and haul it out, but apparently you don't do that.
No.
A little more complicated.
It is.
Just a hair.
Well, you can't go in with a magnet.
No, that doesn't work, but
Magnetic.
there's all that lead.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, hypothetically, if we started talking today about moving a shooting range, when is it realistically moved to the other side of the property? Is it a year, 2 years?
Yeah, because again, you think about you're gonna have to hire somebody to design it, right? Time it goes through all the processes and gets all the funding in line. That could be 9 months, 6 to 9 months. I would think operationally, you're probably 2. Again, you get into this gun, is it handgun long range? Do you do some indoor? You get into
Right.
you get into this a lot of discussion as to how to best serve the needs of training. Talk about, is this a 20? What is the plan that you're
Right.
how many bays? Actually at Eagle houses, so actually being able to go in, officers move through and shoot in direction. So
Ballistic walls and things like that are, are special to be able to do.
All of a sudden, we've got a $5 million.
You got a very big project, it is,
Yeah.
depending on, and again, if you're gonna do it, you probably do it for the 20, 30-year
It's
period.
not a pole barn.
It's not a pole barn, nothing's a pole barn.
nothing's pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I kind of felt like from the last meeting we had on this, we were talking about 20, 25 years. And then I think we kind of walked away from that meeting going, maybe we should look at, in the 1 to 5 year range, what are the first things we would do? And I think we also kind of determined that as of now, we don't have so many projects in mind that all of the land we have is accounted for, and that someday we may want that 40 frontage to be commercial, not be a government thing. We might want to be able to be residential with part of that land. And I think moving the shooting range is on that shorter end of the stick to get it off that side of the road for the sake of the future trail
What's not
expansion,
visible.
for the sake of 40 frontage being able to be used commercially at some point and all that.
Mhm. And what did you have kind of in mind for it?
Well, obviously my thought was that piece of property that the county doesn't own, that's back behind the jail, which I did talk to
To
somebody.
the north?
It's to the north of the jail, yes. And there's like 20 acres, 18 back there that Beanheisens, it's probably in a trust. I heard the other day through somebody that they said that we had first rights to it if they decided to sell it. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, but I haven't talked to anybody about it officially, but somebody mentioned that to me. Which would be good if we get that first right to do that, but
Is that just farm ground?
it's just,
basically?
it's tillable ground.
So
It's not great just because there's 2 ravines that run through it, and so there's have to be some stuff done with that, but I mean, it's broken up into patches.
So it's 10,000 an acre?
If
type?
that, I mean, I would say,
Maybe not even
I wouldn't even name that, really. And there's woods in the north end of it, yeah, and so I don't necessarily, we would be interested in that piece at all, really, I mean, but it acts, also a buffer to the north being there, but there would also have to be some design work based off of buffering some of that sound.
Jimmy
going
Johnson.
South. This coming here? Okay. Because I noticed the other day, just where the current range is, how loud it really was across the street, and then now we're pushing closer in the back of it, so there would have to be some structure, some sort of built to try to buffer some of that sound, I guess, in some fashion, but.
Yeah.
Being all over there would definitely be a benefit, and like you're saying, clear up that frontage of the road and get it all over there. Think about future use of the rest of the property, I mean, obviously, you got that into consideration as well if you're building a range. And what's gonna be in proximity to it for future located, so, I mean, farther north that you can get it, the best.
Mhm. That gets us closer to the road. Have eventually a entrance to our property from the north side off of 100.
Well, you could, I guess at some
I mean,
point, yeah, I
eventually.
mean, that would be, now,
If we wanted
but
it.
I also heard that, I don't know who, Monty Zapp farms that on the north side of that.
I think, okay.
I heard he wasn't interested, or whoever owns, I don't know who owns it, if he owns it, but really no interest in selling it all, so that might be a little harder to get that road through there.
If he owns it, we could
Yeah,
get him a grapevine sepal or toehold.
yeah.
Probably.
I don't know, actually, I don't know who owns it, if he does, but I know, I had heard that. But,
It seems the key is sort of like a Jenga game, right?
yes, it
To
always,
figure out sort of a master plan, almost your first spot. Get your wish list of things you want. How much square footage does a range, and if you gotta shoot house, things you put, how much does that take? How much, because my little history with shooting range, how you try with baffles to keep bullets in, there's gonna be some weird skip that defies physics and is gonna go out of the range, right? It just happens. So you're gonna want that buffer somewhere, right? So what's that buffer range? And then you're gonna do something south, what's that parkland? And it's just, at this point, it's just big squares somebody's doing, but then back to your point, Keely, okay, gee, we can big rectangular square, we don't know what it's gonna be, but we're not gonna build on it for now on 40. We're not gonna paint anybody in a corner. We don't have an immediate need. Could be, and based on the configuration, it's buildable for retail, right?
Yes, and I don't know if this is the appropriate place to bring this up or not in that vein, but I won't. I'll wait till we get to the mental health line item to talk about what the project that somebody brought to me was, but that started a bunch of phone calls with, well, would there be support for that? Would there be support for that? Basically, it's nonprofit development of apartments out there. But then where the buck kind of stopped was the utilities are not east of the jail yet. And so nobody that I talked to Brad, I talked to Kayla, the planning director, and like people kind of generally knew where they thought Greenfield Utilities stopped, but we didn't know what their district was. We didn't know exactly where it stopped. So I called the guy I know who runs water, water department. And he told me that from where it stopped to the far end of property we own now eastwardly, which was the Borgman farm we bought, that you're talking about 1,900 feet of sewer and 2,000 feet to get water there. And I caught him really off guard. He was not willing to ballpark me how much it takes to get, and then the mains are on the north side of 40. So you gotta get under 40. Jim, we've moved on to how would utilities get to the rest of our ground?
Yeah.
And so I asked Greenfield, how much consumption would have to be on the line for Greenfield to absorb some of the cost of getting the half mile? They said it is their territory all the way to 6 East. And so the question of, well, how much money does it take to get the half mile to where our property stops? How long would it take? How much would Greenfield be willing to absorb the cost of it? He couldn't speak to any of that.
Well, water and sewer,
Yeah,
well, they're on our property.
well, not east of the
past it.
jail. So we own, on the other side of the road, we own property now, east of the jail, and there's no
Yeah.
utility. And so he said, we're certainly able to serve it. We certainly have the territory all the way out to 6 East. He said, I think if the county wanted to start talking to Greenfield now about what it looks like and costs to get utilities any east of the jail, if we start that conversation now, in 6 months, we might have an understanding of what it would take.
I think for the sewer, they said they were gonna have to put in.
He did say it would probably involve a lift
Because,
station.
Plant goes down.
Because the sewer's on the south side.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
See,
sewer's on the south side, water's on the north side.
okay, he didn't
Both
tell me
different
that.
sides. Yeah, they're on different sides.
He said, he looked at the water and he admitted sewer's not my game, right? You need to get everybody at the table on this, but he said, I think you'd need a lift station. He said, water wise, from the jail to the end of the property we own is downhill. So he said that will work in your favor.
Yeah.
But if you're going downhill, that also means the sewer is going uphill, right? So what does that look like to start a conversation on how much, cause we can't even really think about doing anything on the other side without utilities.
Well, at least I thought because we've got the utilities on the land now, that we're not talking about gazillions of dollars. I mean, run the pipes, I think,
Pretty much, I mean,
and a lift station, so it's not
yeah.
millions of dollars.
I mean, is it appropriate?
If they've got capacity, and
I didn't wanna go, personally, the way that conversation was going, I wanted to say, well, I'd really like to know. I'd like to know what it would cost, I'd like to know how long it would take, but I didn't feel like it was fair for me to just ask Greenfield that without understanding if people wanna know that. But is it fair to say we'd just like to start getting an idea of what it would take? Cause even if we gave the 10 acres of woods to parks and wanted to put a couple single stall bathrooms there, we don't have any water or sewer.
The only thing is out there at the range is I have a septic system.
That's self-contained for just that.
Just the range. There is a septic system at the range, but, when we built that, when I built it, 12, obviously they're built based off size and population of what you think's gonna be in there at a certain time. But it's got, it lives septic field. But there is a septic, we do have running water and there's well, there's always a well there. But that's at the range, so there is, I suppose, potential.
Oh, at the park?
Yeah.
Is that right next to that 10 acres of woods?
It is.
It is. Oh, so there is kind of an option already there for that.
For something minor.
park,
Yeah,
right.
it can't be huge,
Right.
but.
Not an apartment building, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Over the 10-acre park, you're not gonna a lot of people.
Exactly,
yeah.
And there are systems, Linus is the name of it, that's a mulching. Moving towards now water, you wash.
Yeah.
Right, so you got a well there. You don't have to tie it into a septic.
So is it premature for me to even ask Greenfield to give us some hypotheticals on what it would,
Can't hurt, I mean.
just to
why-
know?
Yeah, sure, just information.
Yeah, I just didn't want people to start making phone calls and be like, yeah, Julie's over here asking about extending utilities and nobody else knows that I'm asking that question, so.
No, legitimate.
I wouldn't think that'd be
If-
complicated.
For the sake of planning for the future, I think we need to know what.
And are you on 9-Star Electric out there, or is?
Yeah. And so that's fairly close, because it usually runs all the way down behind all that railroad track. So where they brought it in, come off 500 East, and so it runs right there, the main, so that's not.
Brad had told me, he said your electric is gonna be easier than your sewer and water.
Okay.
Cause you're talking about, I think, a half a mile from what we own eastward,
Probably,
eastwardly to the jail. It's about almost half a mile.
No, I think that's.
Okay, I'll inquire, ask for some
Your
ballparks.
guesses, what's your guess there?
So we have natural gas, and it comes off 42. Terminates there, I mean, it terminates at the jail. There is, AT&T did bring phone in there. We don't use AT&T, but for whatever reason, they ran it, so it runs all the way past the jail. I don't know. I don't know what it was, some kind of grand or something they got, but they ran it all back there.
So would the bigger plan be to move that shooting range as a first step to free up then the south side for whatever? Park, development, that,
Well, I mean, I think obviously that's gonna be, your easiest solution, because you have a current range, and we're still using it, so
yeah,
you might as well, we can continue to use that, obviously, until something gets built, instead of.
right.
So, works out, to do that, and then, once it's new, and we'll look at the new, obviously, you can vacate that and do what needs to be done with all that.
But the point would be in moving it is to free up the south side of 40 for, and the south side of the north side for development. I think that's kind of a key.
I would say
to-
so, yeah.
Can I ask, do multiple agencies use the shooting range countywide?
And so,
Okay.
because there's very difficult to find shooting ranges, obviously, that are good, and people found out when I built that building, when I built the building that's got the classroom in it with running water and bathrooms, everybody and their brother wants to use it. So we have federal agencies, the Secret Service, everybody comes out and uses that range. So it's daily use.
So it clearly seems like there's some partnership opportunities to
Yeah.
spread the wealth.
Do you guys use them with police force?
I'm not sure if it's done completely yet.
Okay.
But there is probably some, obviously he's invited us to do this, but, it's really small.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We talked about that a little bit, the one other meeting we've had like this since we did all the analysis where we kind of powwowed. That came up that there's so much demand and they do wanna keep it exclusive to kind of law enforcement entities. And I think we should keep it affordable to those entities. But who does the analysis of, how much our costs could be offset through rental fees? With your experience in shooting ranges, was that something in?
The consultant could. Lauren Kramer, if he's still practicing, clearly could come in and you look at how many man hours you have. Because you also have to look at what damage starts to happen. If you start to open it up, a couple things, you have to have range officers there, so somebody has to be paid.
Always there's an instructor there. Now, we don't have our instructors there all the time, but the agency coming out there has their own instructors, yes.
But you're also having wear and tear on the backstop, depending on if you get into pneumatics or your
Pneumatic,
targets.
yes. We don't have that.
There's always gonna be something that skips and cuts a pneumatic. There's there's an ROI on it, right?
Yeah.
And so it would be a matter of, again, if Lauren's practicing or someone that's done these is practicing, they could do some analysis to look at officers you're bringing through it. This thing is built for public safety. It's not built for the public, but if there's
Yes.
value to that, it help offset some cost. You then could start to look at, you're using 40% of it, using whatever, and then start saying, okay, the cost is X. Here's where we need to share costs, and either do it on a rental basis or we do it on a capitalization basis.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right?
it becomes difficult for agencies to be able to, figure out how they're gonna source that funding out, A lot of times you do bartering type stuff, they'll give us ammo, or they'll bring in targets, backing and some equipment, things like that, so we have not ever really charged anybody any rent or anything like that. Logistically trying to figure out how to make that happen, because you're right, you can't go across the board and say, well, it's just gonna be a flat fee, because this agency uses it less and they're smaller than this agency, and so trying to figure out what that equation is.
Right.
Well, and when we build it too, I'm just making this up, but if you're like, hey, you were gonna go this far, but for a couple $100,000 extra dollars, you can also add this feature, and now your demand to rent it and the fair price to rent it doubles, right? Then those are things we should consider. Do those things pay for themselves? And I don't know, do you know the consultant he's talking about?
not, no.
Okay, well,
I'll
maybe.
get you.
Okay, cause that's another big question, if one of the first things we would try to do is move that, then we have to start that process of what is it we're creating.
Yeah, and again, it seems to me, do it however you want, but the first thing I do is take a map and look at everything, right? Have a consultant, and I would suggest landscape architects do that, because you're gonna get aesthetics with the civil engineering more than just civil engineering, to look at where you wanna lay it out. Doesn't mean you have to do it, quite frankly, the south side, when you decommission the shooting range, it can sit.
Sure.
You don't have to do anything with it
Right.
tomorrow, right?
Right.
Exactly.
You just land bank it, saying, okay, when Leon Younger gets done with your master plan that you're doing for your parks, at that point in time, you kinda understand what parks should be, what activities parks should have in the scale, and see if that still fits
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
And then you say, okay, that fits, well, then we need to plan for 2 years out, that we're gonna start to clean the soil, remediate, the up and stuff at that point. So, that will help you have those discussions, I think, by doing the master plan. As part of that master plan, you have Kramer, Lauren Kramer, who I spoke with, that I worked with. I assume Lauren's still practicing. The website's up, cause I looked before I came, so we still got a live website, it doesn't mean anything, other than it's still a live website. But he could be part of that team to start to answer those questions and look at how many shooting bays do you want? Are you gonna do static, are you gonna do static shooting range, are you gonna do all of it, moving?
We do all that, yeah.
Yeah, static is much easier to keep the bullets within.
Yep, yes,
When you start to move, things start flying around,
yeah.
but
Well,
again, those are discussions.
Usually, we try to eliminate based off distance, prone position is the problem. The projection is up, and so
Yep.
we try not to do 100 yards back. If we're gonna do prone, we try to get it to where it's closer, cause we need to, the hill needs to be taller.
Right.
And we have skipped some across that.
Right, and we did what was called no blue sky. It's a series of big concrete baffles. And they work beautifully for static because the angle.
Right.
But when the range officer came in after we left and decided he wanted to do the moving,
Yeah.
everything started
Goes
falling
on
out of the
everywhere,
range.
yeah.
Oh.
Hitting houses down on 56th
Yeah,
Street.
that's bad.
Oh, gosh.
It was not a good day.
No.
We don't wanna do that.
No,
Luckily, there's not much back behind us for a mile or so.
Right, but if you got the buffer, that would
Yeah.
help, to your point.
If
So-
you abandon a shooting range,
Uh-huh.
do you have to remediate it?
Boy, you're gonna talk to a lawyer on that one. I don't know that you have, I don't know, I've never seen anything that says within 30 days you have to remediate.
The city's abandoned theirs. I don't know if they've done any remediation on it at all. I mean, it's just sitting there, cause they're having to lift that whole area up 4 foot anyway, so. All the garbage and everything apparently. Yeah. I don't know if they're gonna remediate it or not, but.
Cost, so.
It's not immediate.
all the brass is in the grass, in the ground, so we'll probably plant that too.
So that available, maybe available ground is 10 to 20 acres?
I think it's 18, I think it was 18.
So your whole shooting range sits on it.
No, the Dean Heisel property.
I don't really think the addition of that would be enough. I mean, just, again, what you want to do.
Well, there again, I suppose that's easy to sit down with, you know, the architect, say, this is what we want, and this is what we need, you know. We need a rifle range that's, you know, 150 yards long or 200 yards long. I mean, do we have enough area to be able to do that, or does it get stretched out into something else? So,
Key is back to your housing. Depending on how active the range is, you're never gonna be able to get the noise knocked down. I mean, you can get somewhat, but you're always gonna hear a shooting range.
Do you
For distances.
anticipate any
Right. So,
opposition from neighbors or?
there's not too many neighbors that way. There, I mean, there could be somewhere off 500 a
Prisoners
little
in
bit,
jail.
but I don't know.
Do we care?
No, I mean, it shouldn't be super bad for like Keystone, you know, that new addition over there, but, I mean, they hear it, I mean, they probably hear it now, I mean, we hear it at the jail. You know, it's worse when depending on which direction the wind's coming from. Cause I know the other day it was coming this way and it was cracking pretty good.
I mean, I could be wrong, but, you know, I live in Spring Lake. It's like a neighborhood, even though it's a town.
Mhm.
And I hear people shooting, you know, the people who own along the creek have a lot of ground. Everybody else is on less than an acre. I hear people shooting in my neighborhood and, I mean, nobody thinks anything of it. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, we get a-
I thought people in this area are just used to hearing people shoot.
I mean, we get a lot of shooting calls, I mean,
Yeah.
shooting, sound shooting, you know, I mean, I think because more, you know, because of the population growth of neighborhoods, people coming from places they're not used to that.
Hearing guns, yeah.
You know, and so now all of a sudden they're hearing things that they thought they weren't gonna hear because they're moving what they think is more country. But they ought to understand that that's what happens in the country, is people have weapons and they shoot.
Yeah. I bought a trailer on 5 acres in Florida recently, and when the realtor was showing it to us, you know, somebody was shooting, every house is on 5 acres. And you hear gunshots and he immediately like went into defending it. I'm like, I live on 2/3 of an acre in a neighborhood and hear gunshots. I expect people to be shooting out here on their 5 acres, but yeah, maybe some people are sensitive to it.
Because I came in late, have we kind of come to the conclusion that maybe, the first priority would be
We just took this list and we're going from the bottom up.
okay.
And that's park and, green space, you know, and to get there, how, you know, to even talk about it, what do we need to do? And the thought is that we would need to move the shooting range from where it is.
Those two would kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Janine, the only other thing was I was kind of getting consensus from this group. I didn't bring up yet that project I called you about that was inquiring about building out there. But where that went was, you know, I called a few people and Kayla said, you know, yes, I think it would qualify for the appropriate zoning. But the problem is utilities do not go east of the jail right now. So you're talking about getting utilities another half a mile. So then I called the Greenfield Water Utility to find out exactly where it stops and where their territory is. And he said, you know, if you wanted to know what it would cost and what it would take to get utilities that half mile, that's certainly something we can put together. But I said I wanted to make sure other people were okay with me asking for that information. And it wasn't just me blindly saying, yeah, give me a price on what it takes to get utilities out there. So no commitments, just wanting to know, what do we have to plan for if they said their territory goes to 6 East, Greenfield. So getting some idea, since Brad said water's on the north and sewer's on the south.
Right.
So something has to come under the road. And so,
And they went under the road when we built the jail.
Becomes
with the
it's
sewer.
Sewer.
And now the water would have to go the other way according to Brad. So the only other thing I think you missed was, I am gonna ask Greenfield, hey, it's no hurry, but just hypothetically, can you ballpark us if we wanted to get utilities to all our underground, what does that take?
Yeah, and, you know, getting utilities east and even east out of Greenfield's territory is kind of a priority
That's
too.
on here, and you didn't miss that, we haven't gotten to that yet, but that's on his list.
Well, there was a proposal before, as we were building the jail by the commissioners to build our own, big sewer plant on that property and have our own sewer plant. We didn't do that.
We didn't because of the cost at the time, I think, because we only were allowing so much money to build that jail,
Right.
if I remember correctly. Seems like an eternity ago, even though it wasn't.
If that could be part of the general plan for the east side, but the plan right now for the east side is to have a sewer and water utility go from Charlottesville to Shirley. That corridor, it's not to bring it west because it's so sparsely populated. The need is, looks like, for the towns of Charlottesville, Wilkinson, Shirley, the high school. That.
Shirley's got a brand new septic, what do they call that, a lagoon? Bowen just finished that last year, pretty dandy.
Well, that is I was told by Nine Star, that is a lagoon system. It's not a chemical, plant. It's not like Greenfield has. It's a lagoon system that.
But you're right, Charlottesville is in dire straits.
Real quick, we're moving on to that. As far as the sheriff's shooting range goes, I mean, are we tasking the sheriff with, hey, come back in 3 months with some ideas, or what is the course of action to continue that conversation outside this group?
Well, if we want to hire someone to do that, now if we could get Rick to do it for us.
Rick's not licensed as of December, so Rick's not gonna do it.
Good answer, Rick, huh?
Rick's retiring.
I think the commissioners would have to agree to do that, right?
To look into
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Yeah. So,
Is that something you would wanna report back, Janine, to the others,
Yeah,
that that's
or-
kinda like a phase one over
Yeah.
here?
You have any idea? Reach out to first.
Well, I mean, obviously I would get with, my range instructors, my range master, and we sit down and have that conversation of, okay, this is potential, and which I've already told him, there could be potential future movement, I just didn't know when. But, so they could put their heads together, like, what are our needs, for a new facility, and then what's that look like? Once we get that, then I think that's when we would maybe reach out to a consultant and say, here's what we got, what's that look like?
okay. And shouldn't we probably at least, start monitoring that land? Maybe? Do you
Yeah, I need
know-
to make some phone calls, I suppose.
About Ed's property.
Find out if it is acquirable.
Yeah, and I'll,
Does Monty, do their land, somebody else?
Hans Cooley farms that. Like, I don't know.
Okay. You might do
Reserve
that too.
for you.
Yeah, I think when we kinda left the last meeting and said, well, what's our nearer term goals? I think planning to move the shooting range to the other side and planning to get utilities on the other side to make it usable is kind of the first step in.
That property's Leon Wilson's. That property is, it's a Leon Wilson property to the north of that woods.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, on the other side of the woods. We were talking about coming off 100.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you know, I know that I'll be dead before we get to our 25-year vision, but are we still kind of envisioning all criminal justice out there? Civil stuff left downtown?
Well, I know you keep saying that, but I wanna hear from the people I talk to say move the whole thing, but that's you know, a small part of the thing. Well, that's a small part. But I thought our next meeting that we have, I'd try to get, the, PD guy, prosecutor, and at least one of the judges to come in and sit with us, and we can talk about, what are we talking about in the justice system? We're concerned about, and I am too, the courthouse itself, but
And if you're gonna add another magistrate, it makes it tough. Have a judge in each courtroom at the same time.
Yeah, they're
It's
gonna
just
be,
not
do a lot of judgment.
and for just the conversations I've had, with some of the people involved, they just say that the current courthouse for the long run is just not any of them. Wouldn't make sense to them, at least, like the PD and the prosecutor, to have courts split up and, you know, they wanna be,
Well, they're the experts.
yeah.
You know.
But I'll bring them in and we can question them. If that's okay.
Oh, that's absolutely.
Yeah, that kind of feeds into what I was saying.
Lunchtime is a good time.
Okay, that kind of feeds into what I was saying, that I've come to the conclusion over the last.
Yeah, I saw Sir
Tell them
leave
a
at like
free
11.
sandwich, no beer.
11, he was leaving already, so that lunch can come early sometimes though for them. You have to get on their calendar, cause sometimes their cases go over into lunchtime. They
Usually it's roughly 11:30, they try to split like.
yeah, cause then they start back up about 1:30, 1:30, kind of like court.
Yeah, I really think, you know, Janine and I tried to look at the prosecutor's office a couple of years ago. The PD office has come up, you know, which now today we kind of squash, okay, we're not changing it, but it still has needs. And then the courts, nobody is in here more than the courts saying, we need more people, we need more money, we need more people, we need more money. And at this point, I would love it if somebody that understands it better than me started putting people together and making more of a long-term plan.
You've even got Greenfield complaining about the sheriff driving, you know.
On their
through there,
pavers.
you know.
What?
Oh geez, when you guys bring your
Inmates over there on the
criminals,
road, yeah. I mean, but been that way forever.
I know, especially the high profile ones, have always done it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a security concept to it, and that's what we explained to them, it's like, you know, for security
Oh,
purposes.
that's changed.
You know, you bring them in, you back up, you can't bring them to the front door where all the general public's coming in, and so it's just, yeah. Unfortunately, that's.
They probably used to bring them in by horse and buggy. Well, no, they went underneath the street.
Yeah. It used to be the tunnel, yeah, years ago.
Was there really?
Oh, yeah, there's a tunnel, it's still there.
Yeah.
It goes to,
Yeah.
it goes to the old jail, it's sealed off,
Mm-hmm.
but it's still there.
I did not know that.
And there was a jail cell in the courthouse too, and a holding cell.
I'm not sure if it's there or not, or they removed that during the remodel.
I think the other guys use it now.
Maybe they're just, more of a closet.
Well, you know, first priorities, we've gotta get community corrections building and prosecutors. We've had so many holdups that,
Need to be that
Maybe
article.
we just quit that and just build them right now.
build them right now. Oh, yeah, well, there was a pretty good article in the paper again today.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
gotta go read it.
On the water, on the treatment plant and all that. I mean, that's not in the 1 to 5 year plan, right? Is that
I would think that
realistic?
would probably be something you'd wanna consider first, wouldn't you?
Well, the overall sewer and water plan is the first one, projected is 9 North. And before the year's out, we'll have a proposal on that.
Okay,
Where we would participate in that with 9 Star.
okay.
The idea is to build that system, and that's a TIF area right now. That will have commercial growth in it as well as housing. The TIF will capture money and then use that money to build the system control.
Eastward. So you are still talking about more than 5 years before there's money to build.
Good, Derek, how are you?
Probably.
So for the purpose of today, do we need to touch any more on those facilities, or is that something for future?
Well, there's been a proposal to put a water well on our property. That's fine.
Oh, there has? With 9 Star? Well, then that kind of changes whether or not I should be asking Greenfield what it takes to run utilities.
Well, but get that number
Okay,
because
so you
it
compare
might
it.
come into, how much would it benefit us to
Right.
do that?
Cause there was some original thought when we built the jail, to put that out there, when we did that.
Yeah.
I think at the time, we decided to go with the city.
Yeah, do you remember the price tag of that?
10 million.
Well, what I was thinking 9 million,
Yeah,
Of what?
the sewer.
lift station and everything.
To get it from
And
where to
I think
where?
water, I think there was a water well involved. There was a package plant, a package sewer plant to put at the farm, and it would take care of the jail.
Oh, at the time, that's what it was 10 million at the time you were looking at it when you were building the jail. So now we're probably pushing 17 to 20 for the same thing, I would think.
Possibility.
Wasn't that long ago, but maybe.
It was before I was in county government. I feel like I've been here forever.
It was before Biden, so yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll still inquire then to try to get some numbers on
Prices
that.
were done prior to that, and that was pre-COVID.
But
so one
it'd be
thing-
good to get the number.
Yes, I agree. If everybody's okay with me asking, I'd like to know the number, cause I don't know how to begin to wrap my head around, are we talking about $500,000? Are we talking about $10 million? I have no idea what we're talking about to take a half mile of utilities, So I'm gonna find out. I'm sure it'll take them time.
They could very easily tell you quickly because I'm sure that, the resident experts probably say, well, we're taking water and sewer this far, it's so much a mile, just like
That's what I
building a road.
thought, yeah. But I didn't wanna dig too deep without asking everybody else if they were okay with me trying to source that information and everybody not being caught off guard that I was asking for it.
You don't wanna be a rogue out there.
Right, if everybody's like, hey, we've had other plans, we don't even wanna know what that costs from them, then I don't wanna keep asking questions, but. On the, this is something I'd be interested if you've seen before, Rick, or dealt with before in all your history. Build mental health facilities on here, which is not it, but it kind of is in the lane. So apparently, the IHCDA just released their 2-year tax credit, I can't remember the acronym, QAP, QEP, something like this, the criteria, right? And last year, we had met with a nonprofit developer and said, well, could we do anything with any of this land we have out here? And at the time, the answer was no. And so they just came back and said, under the new scoring model, you went from being totally ineligible for tax credits to you would definitely win tax credits. And so they said they could build, if we land leased for $1 or donated or sold or however you wanna do it, the 14 acres with the house, that they basically at no expense to us. There's some points for us making a monetary donation, but they said they've done it with as little as $2,000, the monetary donation. But they feel like they're a shoo-in to win the tax credits and build affordable apartments. And it wouldn't be, you know, just for mental health facilities or anything like that. It would just be if you qualify based on income, and people earning up to $23.75 an hour would qualify for a one-bedroom, which is kind of really the gap we have to fill. We have a whole bunch of people making $20 an hour who can't live on a single income household. And then they want to work in partnership with, you know, they wanna take referrals from the jail and say, we won't put all the same criteria that prohibits them from getting apartments elsewhere. You know, we'll work with the sheriff to say, no, we're not taking violent, but non-violent, you know, we will accept a felony, that kind of thing. So at first glance, it was like, man, for 14 acres, you land lease it 100 years for $1. In 100 years, you still own that land. You own all the buildings on it. The county's not permanently giving away anything. We're not paying to build it. We're solving a affordable housing issue. And they were trying to get it all done before, they were hoping to get the okay to apply. The deadline's July. And I was like, man, that is so tight. I don't know if we can get a consensus on that fast. And what really shut it down was it has to already have the zoning and they wouldn't apply not knowing how much it costs to get utilities to it. And so now we're just in a timeline that doesn't work. But what we do know is that next year, it's the exact same amount of funding and the exact criteria. So there's still the next year. Have you been part of affordable apartments on tax credits anywhere else? Nothing like that?
Now, the closest I've come is two things. One is the land lease for parks, where somebody would hold it for $1 and the parks would use it, whatever, for years. And then when I was on Channel 20's board, we were able to, there was an investment group out of Ohio that actually helped us fund the development of Channel 20. We were able to sell tax credits way over but we were able to sell tax credits to get lower bonds to be able to do that. Raise monies, Channel 20, buy the building and renovate the building we're in.
Interesting.
So I'm sure there's tons of successful models. The key is, I think to your point, you want to control the land, right? They're not making any more of it, right?
And the nonprofit developer said, you know, you can keep ownership, you know, none of us will be alive in 100 years, right? So you can keep your ownership, you're not permanently giving away your asset of land. But the other question with that, because when I called the planning director, she was one of my first calls to say, can they get the zoning that they would need to do that? And apparently there's lots of qualifications. There's multifamily, but there's also community neighborhood, community center, so there's multiple zoning classifications that would allow apartments. And it would still give the county the ability to say, actually, we want to, you know, these include apartments, stores, blah, blah, blah. It leaves it really open for the county to decide what they want to do with other land out there. But Kayla's first comment, you know, was on the utilities. Do you know how much it would take to move the utilities? But also, she said on the positives, if something like that was built out there, it might create more access to funding for the Pennsy Trail. Because right now you're asking for money to take the Pennsy Trail to nowhere for many, many miles. Whereas maybe there's more funding available if you're trying to get the Pennsy Trail to affordable housing so that people can walk and bike to town. Do you know anything about?
I don't. Well, there's obviously, I don't specifically know. There's scoring criteria, and obviously that would help with scoring criteria.
Okay.
If you're going after. The question is, will that?
Right.
I mean, with what's going on.
That's federal.
That's federal.
That's good to know. I wasn't sure what the funding sources even were for.
Could a building like that be dedicated to our use, or would that have to be a public openness, you know, to anyone?
The apartments?
Yeah, the apartment.
So, no, there is, so they have 15 years of federal reporting. build it, the way I understand it, 15 years of reporting on the tax credits. And to make sure that they're, you know, you have to collect certain documents, and you have to prove people only make certain amounts of money, and you have to do this and that. And I know one thing, the reason I met them in the first place was trying to figure out how Talitha Coombe could get apartments. This has nothing to do with that. They're talking about something, you know, we're like, can we buy a 3,000 square foot house? They're trying to build a 40-unit apartment building. And they said one of the criteria is you cannot discriminate. You can't say this is for men, you can't say this is for women, you can't say this is only for people with children. You can exclude crimes and things like that. But what I really felt like when we brought them out to the jail, you guys met them, it's the Partners in Affordable Housing, we had the meeting at the jail, right? Last year. What I really walked away from that meeting thinking is the county, us on behalf of taxpayers, we don't belong in the housing space. We don't belong in the housing space. But if we have some access to resources that aren't significant that we can contribute to make it possible, that seems like an appropriate place for us to operate.
Who manages that once
Partnership in Affordable Housing.
they continue to manage the property?
They keep, they're pretty flexible in like how you deed it and how you land lease it or whatever. But they retain the responsibility throughout the life of the tax credits for all the reporting, the operation, the property management, they take care of all that. So the question then back to what you're saying, Jim, is would we even want that responsibility? You know, do we even wanna be in the operation? I think no. I think letting somebody else operate it and just being able to say we created affordable housing
Well, we
is,
on the council could say sure, and it just falls on the commission.
and then just throw it at the commissioners.
Yeah.
Give them one more thing to
The
do.
other piece, again, because when you have an asset, you wanna leverage it to the highest ability, right?
Yeah,
Well, if they run water and sewer at some point in time, depending on where your parks are, you now have an easy tap for whatever you wanna do on the rest of the property surrounding that property.
yes, it would go right past all our other property and make it now utility accessible.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the Borgman properties
Is
at the
far
eastward
east
end,
side.
so now you'd have that whole half mile with utilities.
I gotta go do
Thank you.
a site survey on a school that apparently we're having a meeting at. for
Okay,
security.
okay.
So we'll
Yes,
probably.
please do that, cause I'm wearing my cast iron underwear that night.
No,
Yes,
yeah,
I am.
so.
Which one,
Mount Vernon, I'm headed up there for a meeting.
We'll probably have
Oh, that's on the
another
27th?
Yeah, so we're
another
trying to.
meeting of this after the next budget meeting.
Okay,
So if you want
okay,
to stir that up.
okay, I'll
I'll shoot you a draft, cause I don't have your
Two
contact.
over to the
Kramer
health
one is the
department.
guy's company.
Kramer one?
Kramer one with a K.
love that, that's what the purple
Don't
does.
forget your dog.
You can't
Yeah,
have that.
He'll follow me probably.
Baby,
Boss is leaving.
Yeah, but food's here.
give me knuckles, give me knuckles.
Well, I tried to ask
Thank you.
the Greenfield Water guy, I said, you know, how much consumption has to be coming online right away
Thanks, nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thanks
to
for watching.
justify you guys ponying up some costs of running utilities? And he couldn't just, he's like, you know, there is a point where, you know, but he's like, I can't just throw something like that out there, you know, but if the county is saying, hey, you know, we're trying to create a long-term plan for all this land on that side of the road, and all of that land will
was wanting to know.
someday be on those utilities, maybe it's, he acted like, you know, they would be he thought they'd be negotiable in covering some of its cost of extension. Now, partnership and affordable housing, when I asked them, when you write these tax credit deals, is there room in your budget to extend utilities? She said there's not. She said somebody on her team told her there's a grant that they could go for it, that's $750,000. But she said outside that, she said the furthest that they've ever taken utilities to get to where they're working was one parcel away.
You know, the shooting range.
They've never been part of moving utilities half a mile.
Yeah, you know, so.
I guess one
That's
thing
what I'm
I would
trying to
ask is I'm
figure
kind of a process guy, you know, you seem to have,
You know,
like,
what.
you've got a
what
wish
she
list,
want-
and you've got kind of
why
4 or
don't you
5
just leave it
directives that are kind of
like
starting.
this? It's so nice.
Is it your ability, not individually, but as an organization, to juggle those,
Yeah.
and keep all those moving, or would it be better? And I don't have a dog in this fight,
Yeah,
because I'm
next
retired,
door yellow house.
to hire someone.
Yeah,
whether,
I'm-
again, it's
I
a
don't know, you know
landscape
Russ
architecture firm,
Walker?
a planning firm, or somebody from Amplify, whatever, to kind of
That's my
help
son.
drive this for you based on what you
That's
want,
my- that's
what you
my
want to
oldest son.
prioritize and talk about.
It would be
That was
nice
my
to,
grandson.
I thought at some
Yeah.
point in time,
Yeah, and
I was thinking we kind of get our
No, that
arms
was my
around
granddaughter
what
Lindsay.
all the
no, that was in.
moving parts of it, like you said, mental health.
That was
is
my
not on the
grandson
list.
RW. He's Rusty's
No, I didn't say it's not on the list. I said is in that lane, but it's not a mental health facility, what I was bringing up. That's what I was trying to say. It's not, to be clear, it's not a mental health facility. It is a affordable housing, income-based
It's
housing.
not really transitional.
Yeah, I knew that.
It's
I was
not.
just trying to figure out.
Now, they said they would
Were they
partner,
thinking?
and there's extra points
That
for
area
doing
right
this
there,
with,
across the
whether it's the
road,
jail
you know.
or nonprofits to try to
The shooting
offer
range, what we
services,
see,
case
we're down
management,
here all
yes,
the
but it's
time.
not
You
a
know,
facility
really don't
for
want
mental
it
health.
right there.
You could be
In front, you know.
the happiest guy making 22 hours in town, and you can go live there just as much as somebody coming out of jail
In front of
can,
the
you know?
jail, south the, you know.
But yeah, at some point in time.
But there's no
Yeah.
decisions being.
Oh, I
It just
know.
seems like there's a lot of cats that need to be heard.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Herd the cats.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what are you doing in retirement?
Jim, quit pushing.
But you live
I'm
right here.
volunteering for you
know
right now, is what I'm doing.
You mean you don't volunteer? I know you do.
Too much, I'm told.
That's what my husband tells me too. I said, well, I just raise my hand where I think there's something I can help with, and he's like,
Stop
that's the
raising.
problem.
Well, we will get to the point, and maybe after the next meeting, where we're gonna need to have somebody, a professional, come in and look at the land use for our major building.
Right.
So that maybe that's a multi-purpose kind of a person,
Right.
maybe,
Right.
that can do that.
Yeah.
We'll have to hire somebody to.
It just helps keep the process,
Somebody.
it helps keep the process moving and the discussion
Yep.
moving, right?
Yep.
And you focus, cause it would be easy to get off on the range and solely focus on the range and kind of running sewer,
You're right.
the package plant, it would be easy for those other things that are important but not urgent, right? It's sort of the Eisenhower matrix, what's important and what's urgent, right? Keep them all out there, so.
Detention center, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
I think we gotta kick that, if it was, in my opinion, out of everything on here, that would be my last. Only because of the data I've seen on how many juveniles come through here.
Yeah. Do we wanna get into that business kind of, like a
Right.
regional center or something?
Right. It
You
would,
know? We don't wanna do that if we don't have to. Now, if we were looking at that, I think only because we were having trouble with placing our juveniles
Yes.
all of a sudden.
yeah.
Now I think we've got that handled, but who knows, next year it may come up again.
Yeah, but if you talk about either or, what do you plan first? Expanding and moving our existing judicial system or a juvenile detention center, I don't think there's any question
No,
that juvenile
no.
detention center is
That's number one.
it's way in the rear view compared to the judicial system we already need to do work on, so.
And it's a higher priority than the parks and green space and all that too, but they do kind of go hand in hand. You want to make sure you don't do something that keeps you from doing something else, so we need to gotta get all the balls
You got
up
all
in the
these.
air, and
And at some point, while it's-
somebody that knows more than we individually
Right.
do.
and the green space is important, but at some point in time, you may say, realistically, a 10-acre park, in my history, is very small county. It's much
Yes,
more
yeah.
of a community park,
Yeah.
a town park or a city park. historically, county parks, I mean, the ones I created a park system in Platte County, Missouri. We didn't do anything less than 40 acres. Big, it was either sports park in their instance, because they had no park system. It was either sports park or it was really unique topographic features, great edges, beautiful woods and that kind of stuff that city parks couldn't, or town parks couldn't offer.
Well, that's a good question. The 10 acres of woods, everybody but Jim wanted to keep and hug the trees. Jim was the only one that said whack them down. And that's just because
It's an engineer.
we have so much open flat land in Hancock County that when you see a block of trees, you're like, man, we probably ought to keep these. But is it impractical to use that for anything park related?
I think the first thing I would do, forced to look at it and see if there's any value to timbering some of it to make the woods healthier and get a little money.
There is value. Which
Janine knew. I thought she said like walnut, or am I wrong?
Well, I thought they were fast-growing trees, but maybe they're walnut.
I don't know.
It's whatever they could get cheapest at the time.
But at some point in time, when you just leave a lot of trees in there, the woods don't get healthy.
Right.
They actually
Right.
degrade.
Right.
So there may be value
terrible.
environmentally to cleaning up the woods, but also there may be some revenue that comes out of it that helps support something else.
Yeah.
So that'd be my first pass at it. Then I think, again, I would land bank it as woods, as long as you have a healthy woods, till you figure out, because something may come out of parks that says, you know, we really need a little
slice,
a
yeah.
little rest stop. You know, while
I get
or it may make, it's close enough to that housing, if you choose to go with that housing, that it becomes an amenity for that development, that you've got a nature area people can walk in that's next to it that may add value.
And if the trail makes it up there, right,
Trail
and it's
makes
a
it
dip
right
off
there.
the trail.
Could be, I mean, there's lots of things that we just don't know right now.
I get accused of wanting to do away with the woods. That's not really me. It's clean it up.
Clean it up, okay.
That's why.
Well, it's on the
So
record. It's on the record.
You
now.
can't use it.
I agree.
You can't even put your nose in it.
That's what I've heard. I haven't been out there.
There's
So-
nothing.
Based on everything you've heard today, I'm hearing we need a professional to manage all the legs of this exploration, right? And then as far as what we've said about priorities versus juggling several balls at once, I mean, do you think that we can explore several of these things, start the exploration process if we had a professional spearheading the organization of it?
I think you would. I also think that you need to come back, how I would do the process is, what values are important to you? Public safety, obviously, if you're looking at shooting range, public safety rises to the highest, quickest, right? So that starts to lead you to say, okay, if that's your values proposition, public safety is a very high priority, then that starts to look at, we need a safer shooting range, we need that more officers can use in training. We need a shooting range that makes less impact on the community. So if you get one that's got the baffles, it's got the silence, it's got better ways for officers to train, that enhances public safety, and it also gets it in a safer physical environment. That rises to the top from that. Even if you're still planning the package plant, a study ought to be done. The running utilities out there, a quick study. I mean, that's back of, like you said, that's back of envelope kind of study. You know, it's $1 million a mile. For sewer, but whatever it is, it's back of envelope. So you start to understand the magnitude of impact. Then I think you start to go down through your list and say, what is most important? Maybe that housing, maybe that's, you have to start now if you want to be next July's cutoff, right?
Right.
But if you have somebody starting to drive that discussion to say, okay, we'll interface with the developer to start to have these conversations, then somebody's paying attention to it every day or every week, as opposed to once a month when you're. And it seems like you've got some team members that you're using with Amplify, right? You've got a landscape architecture team on that, that could really start to drive that. And you've got even I just lost their names, the guys that are kind of driving the whole project for you. Veritas. I mean, that's something they could even help coordinate, kind of their project management role.
Do you know of anyone locally though that does that kind of work?
from a.
You know, that lives here. I mean, the Veritas people.
Right, I know the context, the landscape architecture firm started in Fortville, the family, the owners still live in that area, but they've moved their offices to, Fort Bend. So, yeah, they're local, they live local, but they don't. They actually did Depot Street Park for us, and they did Beckenholt Park. They designed both of those parks. And they did the aquatic center, context aquatic center for us. And Riley Park, yeah. So, I mean, they're very into
Who's that?
context, design their landscape.
I was on city council when we went for Stellar for Depot and all that, but I didn't remember who had, you know, we just got it presented to councilmen, weren't involved as consultants.
CONTEXT. And I can send you their contact, well, when I send you Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but again, it's about herding cats, right? And making sure somebody's focused on it to help you. And you can do it, I think, get us started, let us work on it a while, and then we'll come back. And you're gonna dump it on the commissioners anyways.
Well,
Yeah.
but I know, you sit down with people like this, and the first thing they're gonna say is, well, what do you wanna do? So, don't you have to go through at least the, kind of the preparatory, kind of wild ass thinking about what you wanna do before you take that step?
Well,
like, they'll say, okay, you say judicial system, define it for me. Tell me what do you mean judicial?
Well, but again, with this, we're still, let me play through that, we're still talking about big blocks, right? So you say, okay, judicial system. And I would ask, tell me what you're talking about. You're talking about moving 4 judges, give me some magnitude here.
Right.
We're talking 4 judges, so you look at the courthouse and say, okay, 4 judges right now takes 10,000, I'm making up numbers now, 10,000 square feet, let's build a block of 15,000 square feet. That, it's just a placeholder right now, we're just trying to understand. 5 years from now, 7 years from now, you'll refine it when you start to interview, you really start to go through it, gee, yeah, you kept 15, but we really need 13.
But you gotta tell them it's 4 judges, not 2, and
Right.
stuff like that.
Right, you gotta at least kind of give them magnitude.
We're not quite there yet,
Okay.
as you can tell.
Yeah.
There are some people wanna keep that courthouse.
Right.
And so don't we need to get at least to the point where we kinda know.
It would be helpful, but I will say, I've also done it before where, say this is the north side of the park, or this is north side of the land. You may say, let's just block out an area where something's going to happen. Official system. We have to agree on that. We don't know that yet, but block out an acre there. Where would you put an acre on this whole land if you were gonna put a judicial system? Relative to where it's, how close it is to the jail, how close it is to the shooting range, how close it is to 40. Where would you lay it out on the property? And put a placeholder there and say, we're not gonna massage anything, we're not gonna develop anything there while you still work through some of the details of.
Okay.
So it's
You can do
the
it
example I use is,
simultaneously.
you're gonna start out painting with a roller, and it's gonna take years before you start to get the trim brush out and really start to get to the details. You're just trying to throw a lot of paint on it. But then you can clearly say, we want the shooting range here, and I'm making this up, I don't know if you're right answer. We want the shooting range due east of the jail, because it's easy access, it's the north side of the property. The jail provides a buffer for noise, and also if it's far enough back there, it's providing a buffer for noise. Whatever the criteria, but that helps you define that, because you're not gonna put the judicial system,
Right.
whatever it is, right next to the jail, because that's the best place for the shooting range. That help?
Yep.
Yeah, and I also, this is my 8th year in government, and on the city council, we had more to do with contracts than we do as county councilmen, right? Because commissioners do that, but something like this, based on the little experience I've had, and maybe Jim gets his point of view from prior experience as well, I would be super leery of bringing somebody in and being like, here's our 7 objectives, now give us a plan. Just because I feel like, yeah, and then it gets so expensive, like the more you give them to do, the more expensive it gets. And then when it comes back, like if we found the best shooting range consultant and we found the best, in our minds, we started our committee to get our heads around what do we see that you, and then once we have all those kind of like Jim's saying, like stronger definitions of what we hope to accomplish, then having someone be the compiler, I guess, of those, because I know when I was on the city, nothing to do with parks, that always worked out great. But there was some other things where I wasn't involved in the selection of a consultant. And then, 9 months later, when the results come back, you end up finding out that this consultant just made a case for something some elected official wanted to see happen, and I've been waiting a whole year to make a decision based on unbiased data, and then you just ended up with like this, here's the justification to do what this guy's been saying, and we definitely want to avoid ending up in a situation like that.
Well, I think, don't we agree, we need to take at least one more step in that regard in bringing the people involved together with us and talking through, the prosecutor, the PD, the judges, about what they think about moving.
Well, and the funny thing is, for the last week, I had a talk with Scott Binky about it, I had a talk with you about it, a couple other people about it. At this point, I've come to realize I'm a really big fan of this roundtabling the judicial system for maybe a whole year, to really get down to it. And then I end that with, but I'm not, don't put me, I'm not the person, you don't need to save me a seat at that table. We probably need Scott at that table as he gives me a dirty look. Jim, being the budget chair is probably good.
I did that once, I'm not doing it.
You're not doing it again?
No.
And so maybe we do need a consultant, right? Because I know that I'm not the person to work through that conversation with the judicial system.
Well, we had your old buddy from the hospital,
Steve Vale?
Steve Vale,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I know.
We had probably 12 meetings in here with all of those people, and we mapped out the whole judicial system. It's on a chart someplace, the whole. So we did all that, and everybody learned a lot, and then people just kind of quit coming.
So nothing came of it, you don't feel?
Well, something came of it. What we were dealing with then was the jail was overloaded with people.
Yeah.
So we came up with some suggestions. They hired a deputy to work with the inmates, the ones that had low bail, to see, $200 bail, why can't you raise it $200? Well, kinds of reasons, and some of them were good, so they'd go back to the judge and get them out. And we found that DMV wasn't taking the felons that would be convicted that were going to state prison. The state wasn't picking them up for like maybe 6 months, and they were setting it on, stuff like that we found.
Right.
The low hanging fruit, we found a lot of stuff. But as far as changing we wanted the judges to maybe become a little more efficient, and that went nowhere. Zero. Well, it did go someplace, I think, because they, on their own, did some things, but it wasn't, you know what I'm saying.
So it did
there were some
guide
things it was
perception,
worthwhile.
it did guided decision making,
yeah.
it just wasn't like, here's the end of the road and this is what we're doing exclusively because of, but.
It was just trying to understand.
Yeah.
That's what this is, we've got an end result that we want, that is moving the whole system someplace. And so now you're talking about something a little bit different. You're talking about learning more about the justice system from the standpoint of the financial need now and in the future.
Yeah,
That's what
you
you're
know,
talking about.
I've heard it said like, well, this, you know, this department could do this different, and this could, and honestly, you know, it's all, when DJ called me after his last presentation, you know, he wanted to clarify something he'd said. But I talked to him for a good while, and you know, he's like, well, you know, when they're downstairs and they come upstairs, I'm like, I don't even know what's downstairs and upstairs. You know what I mean? Like, that's so far outside my understanding. I don't, I've never been in trouble. I don't know what it looks like to go through the process, you know, and I'm too old to learn now. It's just too far out of my. No, believe it or not, I deserved it as a teenager, but I never made it there, thank God. But now.
Get you in there for a tour.
I've toured. No, I toured I've toured both the old one and the new one. Yeah.
We get you there for dinner too.
Oh, for dinner?
Yeah, you can stay with your client. You want dinner? I'm like, oh, good.
I do love, I've gone in the new jail several times and sat through the MRT sessions, the mental health stuff with the inmates, and that's very cool to see. I like doing that. But on the court system thing, after unsuccessfully trying to look at Brent's office a couple years ago, and then being on all these emails about the PD's office, and then for how much I've seen the judges here the last 2 years, I'm like, I'm not the guy, but somebody needs to be the guy and come back with an unbiased, comprehensive, all-encompassing, long-term plan. And maybe that is where we need the consultant sooner than later, because you've already tried it. I assume you don't want to do it. I don't have enough knowledge to be a good person to do it. I definitely don't want someone, again, that has a bias that's just gonna go try to cherry pick data and create a certain answer.
Maybe we need a concerned citizen as kind of a background in this kind of.
Who's that?
You know,
Yeah, that would work
it
for
would
me.
seem like, because I know our architecture firm did a lot of stuff in education.
Oh, yeah.
And so there was a lot of school superintendents, or there had a lot of experience that would come in and give an analysis. Is there anybody, I mean, retired judges,
Yeah,
retired.
Judge Terry Snow would be who I would pick, because
He'd
I mean, he's very opinionated on the public defenders and how you could have improved that without the direction he took. He's told me that many times, and but I think he'd have a good opinion of what you could do.
I mean, that might be an interesting, is bring an outside expert from that side of the law to help, because even though the problem, the four of us will say, we don't know what the dumb question is to ask.
Right, I don't know what I don't know, yeah.
Right. Or if you have somebody that has some technical expertise, been down that route before, you're just blowing smoke now. That might be.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I say my understanding is too elementary to be a liaison on that particular matter, but
Terry would be good.
I am tired of hearing over and over that, because we've tried, you know, we're like, well, we're gonna throw a little more money at this, and then somebody else comes and tells you, oh, well, now that you sped up that, now I'm further behind, you know, and it's like, I need somebody who I feel is unbiased to provide a really comprehensive solution that may take years to unfold, right? But to start budgeting now, all I really care about is the money. And so.
You got a plan to work, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge, you know, right now we're already saying, well, we don't wanna add two people to prosecutor's office because of money. Well, if we end up figuring out that every time you add a prosecutor, you add a public defender, you add a magistrate, you add an admin, and two paralegals.
Sure.
Now you're talking about every time you add an employee or add 5 or 7 employees. And so that's something we need to be planning for like years in advance. And that's what they're all telling us is gonna have to happen.
Yeah, and it will, and it has.
And so, yeah, I would love.
It's all logical.
Somebody to tackle it. So I think there's advantages and disadvantages to like going with a retired judge, because yes, they've been there, they know how it works.
Well, they
But here
couldn't blow
locally, they
smoke
also
up
already
his
have
butt.
relationships, right? Like you're talking about, dealing with people you already know personally and may not want to argue with or challenge. And so then where, you know, where are you better off to have a really third party?
But there's gotta be somebody, like a Terry Snow that's out of St. Joe County,
Right.
right? There's gotta be some consulting group.
Out of St. Joe County.
I just picked one.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
picked
know, there's gotta be some consulting group that specializes in that has.
You know,
that
that would be a
expertise.
Democrat.
And I do think,
How's that for objective? In a Republican county.
I do think that, once you start talking about moving the courthouse, like that is a commissioner's thing. But that part aside, if you just wanna take capital out of the equation initially and just boil it down to 5 to 10 year staff, anticipated staff need, I think that's something we order up on our own, because we're the ones that have to budget for
absolutely.
that staff need, regardless if commissioners do or don't wanna keep existing buildings. And so I think that's within our responsibility to call for the collection of that information.
Call Terry.
Is that who you want me to call? You want me to?
I think Terry Snow is a wonderful
Okay,
suggestion.
and to be clear, I mean, I'm asking him to
I'll back you.
essentially spearhead, am I asking him to potentially voluntarily spearhead a judicial system evaluation and long-term plan, or?
What you call it, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I don't think I have, I used to be in Rotary with him and I'd see him there, but I don't have his phone number. I'm sure I have his email. So now I just have to call Greenfield Utilities, call Judge Snow. This is where he's like, see? You're gonna end up with a lot on your plate. Actually, that consultant idea.
It's better by the minute.
It does. The more that ends up on my
Just got
to-do
his
list.
number here, I don't,
That's his word.
that's a local number.
Oh, okay.
That's when he
I'll
was
look for
judge.
his
That's
email.
the judge's number.
I can find it somewhere.
Thank
Has
you.
this helped or has it just caused more consternation?
No.
No.
Good.
No, absolutely not, no.
I think you're moving in the right direction. You're throwing, again, what I like to do is throw 30 things on the plate when you can only really do 5, right? But at least you vet
Sort
those
through.
30
Yeah,
to say,
right.
does this make
Yeah.
sense or does this not make
yeah,
sense?
and you
And
know,
that's what you're doing.
over time, a lot of times the one of them that fits the 6 that you can do was not part of the initial
100%.
top 10
Yeah.
even, so,
Yeah.
I mean, you never know.
Yeah, so
That's
again,
why you do
I
it.
challenge you to come back to your core values,
So
public
now,
safety,
when
stimulate the economy.
we're talking about the parks and stuff, would you, if invited, would you come back?
Because now you've guilted me into this a dozen times.
Surely there's some good-hearted people in the community that bring their expertise.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. You know Leon, I think I shared this. Leon and I were partners for a few years. Leon Younger, who's doing your master plan for your park system. And I,
Oh, really?
he and I were in
I don't
30
know him.
states and 5 countries.
Oh, really?
Huh, wow.
Parks and Recreation.
Did not know that.
Hmm.
So, last trip back, I fell asleep, drove off the road, driving to Purdue, drove off the interstate.
Oh, no.
Okay,
65.
I'm burning the candle.
Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
we get on, we go 2 different ways, or 4 of us doing the consulting. Get on an airplane Sunday night, get off an airplane usually Saturday morning. 7 states.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
That's.
when you're 40, it's not so bad. When you're 42, it got bad.
I'm exactly 40 and it sounds pretty rough already. I must be biologically older than 40.
Thank you for letting me sit in and listen.
Oh, no, you're fine. Sure, it's fine.
Just, yeah.
it's usually on the agenda, because typically we have 4 council members who ties it. If there's a meeting, like, I'm in a lot of other meetings, there's only 1 council member.
Okay.
Because when you have a forum, you have to have, it's open door law, you have to have a public meeting. So, it's either our next budget meeting or one after.
Planning for the justice system that we did, slow you down.
Oh.
It was, we learned so much, but we were starting from zero.
Yeah.
I mean, the judges didn't even know what the deputies that brought the inmates into the courts did with the information.